Salutes to everybody. Today's Sunday, and on Sundays we normally do our biblical cosmology. So that's what we're going to be doing here today. Sunday service. If y'all like Sunday service with Sanchez, clap it on up. So today we got Sunday service, and what we will be doing, we will be going into biblical cosmology in tonight's service, and we will be showing that both the Bible and Quran are based on flat earth. So buckle up for that one. And we also will be recapping on the Lord Jamar and Professor Dave arguments, and we will be teaching and going more into detail with this. And let me just say something to every globe earth that's listening. I was a globe earther, okay? I passed the class. I can teach about the globe. Now, a lot of people, they say, Sanchez, I don't believe you really think the earth is flat. I don't know why they say that. And I guess it's because when I say stuff like, well, I understand the globe, I can teach the globe, I excelled in school. Science was one of my favorite subjects. I was fascinated with space until I questioned it and tried to debunk it because I saw flat earthers saying the earth was flat. And I wanted to debunk the flat earthers, and I ended up scratching my head. I left YouTube a minute trying to figure this thing out and realized, yeah, these guys were onto something. So here I am today. And I just want to say, if you're a globe earther, it's all love, okay? What the programming has done is divided everybody with Democrat, Republican, left, right, all of these divisions, man. Christian, non-Christian, Christian, Muslim. Shout out to Tell Our Vision. Flat power to Tell Our Vision. Thank you for that super chat. It's so many forms of division. I'm going to be honest with you. With all the forms of division out there, I think the one that shouldn't be a division is flat earth. Because whether you agree with the shape of the earth or not, it should really lead to an open-minded conversation with a group of people. Think about this, right? All flat earthers learned about the globe. We went to school just like y'all. You got pilots, you got people of all walks of life saying the earth is flat. Okay? Now, I don't want y'all to go with the media programming that this is just a bunch of grifters, a bunch of people that popped up overnight just for clout. And they just tripping in some clout stuff. They want to be different. It ain't nothing like that. It ain't nothing like that. Shout out to John. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. Appreciate you. I promise you, flat earthers are sincere people. What they are onto is the fact that the globe has never been proven. It's been programmed into your mind. So let me not spend too much long giving you a preachy introduction. Let's go ahead and hop into the stream for today. Now, one thing that we are confronted with as flat earthers is that we've always known the earth was round. Our ancestors never known the earth was flat. Well, what happens is sometimes we can get amnesia when we join a cult and we get cult-like beliefs and we forget about stuff like this. Now, if a person's saying that the ancestors, right, never subscribed to a flat earth, they will have to explain this. Gab laid out the flat earth. We got the goddess Nut right there. Okay? She got the stars in her body, just like the Bible say. And we're about to go into that in a minute because part of what we do on Sundays, like I said, is biblical cosmology. But I also want to get into a lot of the technicalities and all of that. Now, let me just share some with you real quick to add with this one, since it just dawned on me all of a sudden. To just throw this one right there with it. People say, well, the ancestors didn't believe in a flat earth. Man, we all went to school. I don't know about your school, but at my school, they taught us that ancient people believed in a flat earth, but that they were wrong about it. And because later we had explorers and all of that come along and teach that. And because they said later we developed technology, we found out it was a globe. I'm just going to tell you globalists something. Globalists got to lie on their ancestors to go with the modern Greek concept of the globe, because that's when the globe came to Egypt. I'm showing you a collage right now. I'm showing you that the Kemetic people subscribe to flat earth. You can't deny the carvings on the wall. That's the 4 foundations you see. That is the sun that you see up under the arch. The Jewish menorah. What do you think the menorah represent? Man's aura. Men aura is man aura. Why? Because the ancestors taught that the earth was separated into 7 netters, or 7 heavens, and that these are basically 7 alternate realities that we can go beyond. We are multidimensional beings. We can travel into beyond the earth realm, which is what our ancestors was doing. They were meditating. They were basically very advanced spiritual people. When you say man aura, you're talking about the 7 chakra layers. Each one of them is a 7, one of the what they call the 7 burning flames of man's consciousness, or kundalinis, which is the word kindling or candle energy, like a flame. So there's 7 different candlesticks to represent the 7 chakras, 7 chakra layers that burns with the consciousness, the 7 different forces of nature that drives man. Okay? Each of these is represented by one of the 7 wandering stars in the sky, and this will go into astrology and how the stars can influence our energy and motion, aka emotions, which are governed by these 7 chakras. We're not going to go too esoteric into the ancient concepts. I want to stay on the biblical concepts and the Quran. But one of the things I wanted to address today was the idea that our ancestors were the flat earthers. Not only was our ancestors flat earthers, when I came up as a child, they taught me in school that our ancestors literally thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth.
Oh, my God.
Now, if you go back like a throwback, like your boy Bro Sanchez, drop a 1 in the chat room right now. If, like Sanchez, when you were young, they taught you in school that the ancestors thought the earth was flat, but they also taught you that the ancestors was wrong about that. In other words, only the new people lie about it. Only these people online, the people, I don't know what's wrong with them. They're so cult-like. They act like a cult. They will lie, man. Even the powers that be will tell you, yes, the ancient people thought the earth was flat, but they were dummies. They didn't know what they were talking about. And they will proceed to mocking them. So, I mean, some things we just shouldn't lie about. Now, you can think that the earth is a globe all day. You can subscribe to the globe model. But we all was taught that the ancient people thought the earth was flat and that they thought they would fall off. They laughed, they joked, they said, man, ancient people thought that they would fall off the edge of the earth. Luckily, we got technology now. Luckily, we know better. That's what I was taught. So it's cringe today to see a person like, okay, man, like I understand that you think the earth is a globe, But you don't got to lie on the ancestors, man. Even the powers that be ain't lying on the ancestors. All of the big scientists and astrophysicists would tell you, yes, our ancient ancestors, they thought the earth was flat. They also thought they can yell at the moon every day and scare it away. They would mock them like that. They would say, man, our ancestors thought a lot of foolish things. They thought they can dance and make it rain. They would throw that with the flat earth stuff, and they would say they thought that they can do all kind of superstitions, and they would throw the flat earth with it. They would say, you know, these are just one of the dumb things that the ancestors / caveman type primitive man who didn't know no better, this is what he thought. And this is why people say, I can't believe people still think the earth is flat in 2025. You know why they say that? Because people thought the earth was flat long time ago. And what they're saying is that I thought we moved forward beyond that. Why are y'all taking us backwards to the ancients who didn't know what they was talking about? So I just wanted to say that today, like there's a lot of people that will lie out of their behind and say ancient people always knew about a globe. That is the lie straight from the pits of hell. Quit lying on your ancestors. Even the people in power ain't even telling that lie. They'll tell you, yes, they thought the earth was flat long time ago, but they didn't know no better. So I'm able to make collages like this because ancestral people taught that the earth was flat. So with that being said, here's another model that can relate to the ones you see here. This one is from the Hebrew. And I will compare this one to this image here. If you would give you a minute here, let me get this other one for you. This next one is a Yoruban cosmos. This one here is the Polynesian. This one here is the Polynesian. And this one here is the Vedic conception of the earth, sliced up spear with each of the circles being a plane of existence. And we can compare that to the Polynesians here, how they envision the earth as sort of a layered system, just like what we see here, which Plato's Atlantis is, Plato was a flat earther. Plato understood that the concept that the earth realm was a sunken universe that was sunken beneath its own universal netter. And the Bible called these netters the waters above, waters below. It said that God separated the waters from the waters. Basically, I made this collage to show you different concepts of ancient cosmology all around the world that people don't sync together. And why do I have a ripple effect in the bottom right corner? Because life is a ripple effect. Everything in existence, the foundation of all there is, it starts from the central point and it spans outward, just like germs in a petri dish, just like a fetus in a fetal bag, forming a human body around a point of singularity. The universe is no different. Life is an effect that exists because of a cause. We talking cause and effect. When you talk about a ripple effect, what was the cause of the ripple effect? Dropping a rock into the water. Now, what happens is globalists will laugh at me right now. They'll say, man, this is pseudoscience, but let me show you some. Let me show you some. Let me show you what they science teach. They science teaches that billions of years ago, there was an asteroid that landed in the ocean with human life on it. And we was a single cell organism, right? And that life started near Mali, Africa, because what happened was, let me show you something. Watch this. Y'all must have forgot now. What they teach y'all in science is that a comet kick-started life on Earth, that there was no human life on Earth. The Earth was basically just forming. And then they will tell you that a comet landed on the Earth and it had the human germ basically impregnated the oceans with the first form of human, which was a single cell organism. And they say that that evolved from out of the ocean into an Australopithecus, which evolved to a human. Y'all know the story. I don't got to take y'all back to school. I mean, we all learned this, right? So my point is the globalists will laugh at me saying this when they model teach the same thing.
Oh my God.
That life is a ripple effect. Our life started as a rock making impact with the waters and a ripple effect of life unfolding. Their science teach the same thing. And this is what their science give you right here. Now, this is modern day programming to explain how life began on Earth. But let me compare to you and show y'all what the ancestral people said, because before you ridicule something, you need to know about it and see exactly what the flat earthers like myself are teaching so that you won't think it's just a grift. Now, look, here is what modern science is teaching right here. They saying this is how life started. But this right here, my friends, is plagiarization. You know why? Because check this out. Let me show you something. Here we go. Next slide. Here is what our ancestors said. Now, let me break this down to you. Our ancestors said life is a ripple effect, and they didn't say that a rock landed in the water. They said that a sperm cell landed in a pregnant egg. This is the sperm cell hitting the female's egg. Our ancestors taught that the earth is created by the binary code 0 and 1. As above, so below. They taught that the earth was a simulation and that the binary code was embodied in the sperm and the egg as 0 and 1, and that when they come together, that's the coding of life, manifesting on a biological level, guys. Isn't that beautiful? This is no theoretical stuff. Scientists are finding out every day that we're in a simulation. Simulation equals flat earth no matter how you cut it, people. If you understand what a computer simulation is, it's a flat map, okay? Now listen to this, right? This is what science gives you for life starting on Earth, and this is what the ancestors give you. Now, what are we looking at here? Let's break it down. Let's zoom in one at a time. This image right here where my mouse is at, this is a Hindu conception of what's happening at the North Pole. They're saying that all of the magnetic ley lines are colliding with each other like a bunch of cars on a four-way intersection. You see how all of these, and what I put this next to, I put it next to a magnetic energy field in the form of metal shards getting sucked into a big magnet. Why did I do that? Because when you sucking up metal with a magnet, the magnet will form the shards of metal into the shape of a magnetic energy field. So I'm gonna show you something. If you look at this, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take my overlay off for today. I think that'll be better for you guys. Tell me, drop a 1 if y'all like the overlay off right now. And drop a 2 if you like it. Well, drop a 1 if you like it like this. But check this out. Let's continue. Look at this image right here. Let me take all of this other stuff off because I want your full attention. Look at the magnet right here picking up the metal shards. And let me give a shout out to Wet Flat Power. What was that star beside the moon last night? Well, I didn't really see it. No, I didn't mean to even hit the laugh button. Shout out to Wet Flits. No, I honestly didn't see it. Thank you for the donation. So like I was saying, right? Here is a magnet picking up metal shards, and you see what the metal shards are shaping like. What we're looking at right here is all of the magnetic ley lines crashing at the North Pole. So let me show you a flat Earth map, a AE map. In a flat Earth map, think of TP sticks. Have you ever made a TP before? Basically, all of these black lines, like a spider web, they all crash together and make a point of singularity right at the middle. And that is the densest place of, that's the most densest magnetic area on the earth, and all compasses point there. And that's one pole that we call the North Pole. They don't point to the South Pole. Why do compasses magnetically point to the North Pole? What's the science behind that? What's going on at the North Pole is like a vortex energy, and I'll show you that right now. What's going on at the North Pole, and there's so much to go into. Let me just take my time here. So what's going on at the North Pole, all of the magnetic energy is merging together to make like a braided rope. Think of how we make a rope, right? We make a rope by braiding a bunch of little strings together. You take a bunch of little strings, right? Let's do it. Let's really make it very easy. So you take a bunch of little strings and you braid those strings into a rope. Let's find a good example. This is a great example right here of how you take a bunch of little bitty strings and you turn them into one huge strong rope. Now, individually, they ain't that strong, but when they braid up right there, that's a big rope. That's how a rope is made. That's what's happening at the North Pole. This is the secrets behind DNA. Your DNA are miniature vortexes, or basically rotating cylinders, just like we see here is what your DNA strands are. That's another topic. Check this out, though. But let me give a shout out to Frank 2.0. Shout out, Bro Sanchez. Much love, flat power. Same to you. Thank you. So check me out. You see here, and I'm showing you real science. This is electromagnetic energy field. Just like here in the ferrocell, we see light being sucked into a black hole. So the same way the light is being sucked into the black hole, what's causing this light to turn into, to create this flower of life, beautiful pattern. Drop a 1, chat, if you're familiar with the flower of life and you think it's awesome, just like Sanchez. Because one of my favorite ancient symbols is the flower of life. And we're looking at the flower of life right now. And basically the flower of life is giving us science of how all of the magnetic ley lines collide together to create the North Pole. And here is another example, flat earth style. Even spiders, when they make their spider webs, they're basing their spider webs off ancient cosmology. So spiders learned how to make their spider webs because animals are connected with the cosmology. The ancestors said, as within, so without, right? As without, so within. Animals are very smart. They're very smart creatures. And a spider weaving a web and putting itself at the middle of the web is everything got to do with flat earth. Because the middle of the web represent where we rest at when we breathe our last breath. The ancestors said that the soul is light that is magnetically attracted to the center of the earth, which is a black hole. And the science behind that is right here. All light will get spaghettified and sucked into the vortex at the middle of the earth. Is nothing to be scared of. This is people near death say it felt like I was sliding. It felt like I was sliding down a slide or a vortex type feeling. These people who ever been near death, most of them, they'll be a closet flat earther, or they just won't talk about the shape of the earth if they're serious about their near-death experience. But you will find that there are a lot of flat earthers that had near-death experiences as well. And I think there's a lot of people who had near-death, but they'll tell you about this vortex feeling. This is something that the ancestors talked about when the soul is being spaghettified. But that's another topic. But check this out, right? Just like the spider rests at the middle of this web, and you can see what's going on, right? The spider will weave lines that go from the middle outward, and it'll start to wrap those lines in the Fibonacci spiral. Very simple that the secrets of the universe can be observed by studying a spider web. Here is the Fibonacci spiral. Here is the CGI bull crap that they give you for the Milky Way galaxy. Now, what shape is the Milky Way? It's flat. That's right. The Milky Way galaxy is flat. It's a spiral disc shaped galaxy. So the Milky Way is literally the original shape of the Earth, representing this same concept I'm showing you here. This spider web concept and this same concept here, this would be your Milky Way concept. So if you look at the acorn right here, if you look at this acorn, nature has one pattern that she do with life. You're just not studying it. And you think that flat Earth is just a bunch of dummies when I'm an ancient cosmology teacher. If a person wanted to know what the ancients taught about the universe, Sanchez can teach them that. Now, here go the kicker. Let's say the ancestors was wrong. This course should still be taught in school because it's part of history to show you the evolution of how we get to the globe model. But you know why they don't want this taught? They want to hide this from history because it makes more sense. Anybody that's honest with themselves will tell you what I'm teaching make more sense already than everything they've been learning about the globe they whole indoctrinated life. So let's look at the pattern on this acorn, because what I'm doing is showing and proving. We're in a universe that was created by a power. You can call it whatever you want. That same power created this acorn. And if you study the way that this intelligence behind the universe creates, it does it on one particular consistent foundation, and that is the Fibonacci spiral. So everything in creation, we can find this same equation of the Fibonacci pattern, which is why collages like this are so important. Check out the pine cones pattern. See how the closer you get to the stem, the squares are smaller. But as you go out, these squares get bigger. And that's what we see with the magnetic ley lines on an AE map. The closer you get to the North Pole, these little boxes are very small, but when you get outside, they turn into bigger boxes. Now, if you look at a spider web, it's the same way. Smaller boxes on the inside, bigger boxes on the outside. I'm starting off today's Sunday service teaching this ancient cosmology by proving to people that how the ancestors saw the universe and that the ancestors were indeed flat earthers, all right? You don't got to agree that the earth is flat, but quit lying on my ancestors like they were globe earthers. They were Fibonacci spiral teaching flat earthers, right? They teach that our universe is no different. Our earth is no different, just like a spider web. So let me go back to some of these other concepts. Here is a literal flower of life in real time. This is a ferrocell image. You can buy these things and they will let you see light bending into a black hole. Isn't that awesome? That's awesome. Everything they're teaching you guys about the creation of different universes based upon 0 and 1, the binary code, the sperm hitting the egg, the electricity hitting the black hole at the middle of the earth. And here is a collage to show you what I'm talking about. The people at Mecca are wearing all white because they represent light. And the cube in the middle represent the black hole that is sucking up the light, which is the soul. So the people are kneeling down to the black cube because all of the light kneels down into the black hole. They're hiding science right in your face. Now, you can laugh at flat earthers all you want, but we understand the secret that's being hidden from the masses, which is why they're attacking us so much. You need to choose whose side you want to be on. And remember that the people that's really a threat in the world are going to be a target. They're going to be ridiculed and all that. Buckle up. Let's fight the fight of good and evil with me. You're going to get rewarded for this, man. Forget being rewarded on earth. Let me show y'all something. Back to my point right here now. The light is bending into a black hole. These light rays are supposed to be going in straight lines, but they're getting spaghettified. They're getting sucked into a black hole, making them arch. from their source of emission, from the point where they start to emit the rays. This black hole ain't gonna let them just shine outward. They got a bunch of lights around the edge of this petri dish, and they got a lens on here with a magnetic ferrofluid in it, and they put a magnet in the middle of it, and they cut the lights on, and the light can't escape the vortex that the magnet creates. So what do we get? The flower of life. What are we looking at? A torus field from a top-down view. What are you talking about, Sanchez? Think with me for 1 second, right? Check this out. Here is what we looking at. One of these right here. Look at it. You see this? Imagine if you was over this little hole looking down into this Cheerio. You're looking at a torus field from a top-down view when you look at this. We're looking down the North Pole of a torus field, and that torus field is the Earth plane. So another way to look at that is this right here. And the spinning of the sky with the sun and moon and all the stars in it represents the turning of the torus field. Everything inside of this bubble will turn every day, giving us night and day. It will turn around, just like you see all of the elements within our atmosphere are responding to the turning of a pole at the middle of it. Think of a blender. You got this blender, right? Let's go to a blender. You got all of these items in the blender turning around because the middle of the blender is turning around. So the atmosphere, and we're inside of this bubble, this medium, in the middle of this thing is a turning device, turning up the sky, turning the sky. Now, surrounding this pole is like the gases of the atmosphere with the sun and moon in it. Think of a glass of water with ice cubes and all of that in it, and we're stirring it in the middle. Everything is going to turn around that's inside of that medium, the cubes and all, as you stir the middle cylinder. And that's what the sun and moon, the stars, and all of that in the sky is doing around the North Pole, like a carousel. And we're sandwiched in between these two forces because just like our sky, right? Let me open something up for you here. Just like our sky, man, hold on. Just like our sky is turning everything around at one singularity point, like I explained, the ocean is doing that too. So the fish in the ocean are like humans on Earth. And that North Pole penetrates through the atmosphere, through the ocean, and all of that. All right. So what I'm going to show you here is now we finna go into a little biblical segue into biblical cosmology, show you what the Hebrews said. The Hebrews said we're in a torus field, of course, so you're going to hear that word a lot. Let's pull this up. And the same force that is turning the atmosphere is turning the ocean waters as well. So there's this pole that's cutting through the sky, right? And it keeps cutting straight through the earth. At some point, if you got on a boat and traveled to the middle of the earth, you would be headed like down a big sink drain, and you will get sucked into a vortex. And you can read ancient diaries from pirates and captains, man, from all the way back to as time began, all the way up to like the 1800s. People warned, don't sail past what they call the point of no return. Shout out to Adrian Campbell. Thank you so much for the support. Central Georgia checking in. Flat Power, thank you for that work. Thank you so much, guys, for fueling the research and keeping this thing going. Much love to you. So this pole, like I was saying, pilots, a lot of people have warned about this area. No ship can sail to 0 degrees. In fact, they would sail up to a certain point and they will realize that we don't have no ship strong enough to fight against this current that's sucking everything inward like it's doing this light right here. Okay? So once a ship get to a certain point, if it keeps sailing, ain't no more hope for it. It goes what they call past the point of no return. If you grown up hearing that statement is based on flat earth cosmology. When a ship sailed too far to the center, then there was nothing that can, we don't build ships strong enough to fight this vortex once you get past a certain point. So they just taught us, don't you sail past a certain point unless death will surely be your fate. So at some point, and everybody wrote about this. They all ships, all pilots, all planes knew that you didn't want to fly into 0 degree point as you will be sucked into a vortex. Now, the Bermuda Triangle thing, these vortexes are in more places besides the North Pole. The biggest vortex is the North Pole, but there are small little bitty stargates or vortexes in little bitty pockets in the the oceans are very big, and a ship can sail into what I call a wormhole. Ancestors spoke about these wormholes. They warned about them. Even if you look at an ancient flat earth map, they will show you the places on a map where if you sail there, you're going to have a Bermuda Triangle incident to where you're going to disappear. You know how many ships have disappeared and we just out of thin air. And the ancestors spoke about these different stargates and vortexes on the earth. There's so much more to learn about the earth than what they're telling us, people. But let me get back on point. You see 2 bubbles here. This represents the sky and the ground. This would be the atmosphere, the top bubble. And the bottom bubble would be the oceans. Let's compare that to the Hebrew. You see here? And the Hebrew is saying that there's a central force in the middle of this bubble that's churning the ether. The ether is the container that's housing the gas and liquid that's creating our terrarium that you're looking at right now. So assuming this is what we're living in, which I really know I can prove this with beyond a shadow of the doubt with science, the ancestors could too. Shout out to Question Everything. Thank you so much for the support. I would like everyone to like and share the video. Let's see if we can get to 1K in the house. So there's a pole that's splitting clean through this whole bubble. And as it turns, it's also turning the sky and it's turning all of the oceans of the world, which there's only one ocean. And Earth is just one big rock. One thing that y'all gotta realize is that you can go get on the ocean floor in America and you can walk the ocean floor to another continent because every continent is connected. We're one big rock. If you suck up all the water out the ocean, you will see that we all on one big giant rock. And it ain't a globe. It's founded with pillars that go down into far as you don't even want to know. Now check it out. All of the salt water is being manipulated by the North Pole, but all of the lakes and ponds and swimming pools, they're not. So guess what the globe earth teach you? The globe earth teach you that the moon controls the ocean tides. Watch this. Watch this. The globe earth teaches you that the moon controls the ocean tides. And that as the moon circles around the earth, it creates a bulging effect that's basically churning the oceans. Like, as you can see here, the moon would be orbiting the earth and it'll be pulling on the ocean water, creating this sort of bulge effect, right? And it'll keep doing that all around the earth. Now, the ancestors taught that it ain't the moon causing the waters on the earth to be stirred around like a witch with a brew pot, but it's the North Pole that's doing it. Think of a blender with water in it. And this is what the ocean currents are doing. And if you look at the ocean current data from a space map, they lay it out based on the AE map data, based on the flat earth concept. So that's another thing that's interesting. And they will show you all of the ocean tides doing exactly what flat earthers say they would do, being stirred around a central point. Now watch this, right? Why don't the moon affect swimming pools, lakes? Think about this now. They said that the moon causes the ocean tides, high tide, low tide, by its bulging, pulling effect as it goes around the earth. But wouldn't it be pulling on a swimming pool too, or a lake, or a river? Why just the salt water? I'm telling you why, so you can get out of cartoon land. It only makes sense on a flat earth. And the flat earth got scientific data backing it up, which is the flower of life and the Fibonacci spiral. The globe earth ain't based on a Fibonacci spiral. It's based on a bunch of theories over time that came together to concoct it. And I can show you the history of the globe where they've changed the numbers associated with it drastically. Maybe we'll do that show later to show you how the history and evolution of the numbers that you quote so confidently. But back to what I was saying about the flower of life and all that, because I want to keep it on the ancient cosmology, the biblical concept. Just a quick moment. Let me do something right quick. Now, if everything I'm saying right now sounds like I'm dumb and retarded, then you're just being a jerk. You're acting like a bot, and your humanity is lost. I'm showing you a bunch of stuff to support my claims. It ain't like we're just making stuff up. We're dealing with Quran, the Bible, and I'm starting with Mecca. All of the people are bending down, kneeling toward the black hole at the middle of the earth. And they wearing white to symbolize we are the light. And that we will be sucked into the black hole upon when your spirit leaves your body. It's light. Your spirit is light. It will be sucked into this vortex that's a stargate that leads out of the earth into whatever heaven is or the great beyond. But that's only if your spirit is light. If you're not light, then you can't make it out of the earth. You're trapped here. That's a whole nother topic. So check this out, right? These are metal shards getting sucked up by a magnet. And the reason I'm keep pulling this up is to show you how the magnetic ley lines all crash together at the center of the earth, just like this flower of life image. This is very advanced science, not a bunch of retarded, stupid flat earthers. This was the stuff that our ancestors was on. So let's go back here. This is what the Mayans said, what's happening at the North Pole. I'm showing it to you right now. Check this out. You can pull this up and study this yourself. This is a Vedic/Mayan conception of Axis Mundi, which is an ancient depiction of what's happening at the North Pole right here. This image in white right here. And if you look at all of these little lines right here going into a ball, that's exactly what we're showing you here with the magnetic shards. And I put the globe models version too, because global is like to laugh at us. So I make collages like them to show, hey, even your model teaches this. They're just trying to make it possible on a globe. You can't have a you can't have a ripple effect that's based upon concentric circles on a globe, man. It's a ripple effect happens like what we see there in Mecca. Look at Mecca right there in the bottom left corner. A ripple effect It's based upon concentric circles. And what I'm telling you about the globe model, it has a rock landing near Africa, making it like Africa is the North Pole, which is why scientists are saying the tree of life may be in Africa. But guess what the ancestors said? The tree of life is a magnetic tree where all compasses point to. So that's saying that the North Pole is the center of the earth, y'all.
Oh my God.
The compasses ain't pointing to Africa. So no matter where you go on the earth, the compass gonna point toward the center, just like all of these metal shards are pointing toward the middle of this magnet because that's where they're being sucked at. And guess how your compass work? Think of a sink drain. If you fill up a sink drain with water, if you fill up a kitchen sink with water and you pull the drain plug, it's gonna form a vortex. Everything gonna get sucked down the vortex. If you put a toothpick in the water, the toothpick will point toward the vortex because the vortex will straighten the toothpick out as it sucks it in, head first, down the drain. You can drop the toothpick anywhere, but as the toothpick gets sucked down the drain, it will spin around until the vortex somehow get it to face head first, and it will go down the hole. It'll dive down head first. That's just the nature of the vortex. It will make the toothpick bend down head first as it sucks it in. And the reason I'm stressing that is so we can go back to Mecca. Mecca. This is what the vortex will do. It will make things bend down head first. Like what we see at Mecca, they are embodying ancient science and they're teaching it to the esoteric people in symbolism. But you're not in on it. You're not in on it. It's going over your head, though. All you got to do is pull up Masonic cosmology and you'll see the flat earth is what they're hiding for you. In this collage, you can see 2 flat earth terrariums carved on the walls in ancient caves. And you can see the pillars of the earth holding up the flat earth terrarium right here. And they will tell you that's a UFO ship. That the ancestors was telling you we live inside of a big cosmic bubble, just like the end of the movie Signal. But we're not floating in space. It's like a big ocean. And this earth is like a big bubble in the ocean. And this here's an image of what the ancestor said. And you can compare that to what they making fun of and all the other stuff. But let's take this a bit further. So now, that's how a compass works. It's a needle that's bending toward our atmosphere is like water in a kitchen sink. And the North Pole is like the drain plug sucking up everything and recycling it all over again. Earth don't create new elements. She wash old ones and renew them in a perpetual cycle. And if you want to see what that looks like, let me go back to this image right here. Everything like a wash cycle vortex. If you look at clothes in a wash machine, you will see a hole in the middle as they spin around. That hole represents an axis point, and everything will spin around that point as it's being constantly renewed every day. Every breath of air that you breathe out, it's being sucked into a drain at the middle of the earth, and it's going to be recycled and used again and brought back again. Earth don't create new elements. She don't make more air and more water. It's like saying, my mama don't buy me new clothes. She just keep washing my old ones over and over. So she renewing them. All things are made new again at the North Pole, and that's what Jesus represent. We talking biblical cosmology. Jesus' name is Yahshua, and the Egyptian form of Jesus is the god Shu. In between the 2 thieves, which is the sun and the moon, they pull their energy from the North Pole. So that's why they're called thieves. They're pulling their energy from the North Pole. So the god Shu has these gods that's kind of manifesting his energy into magnetism, which is negative and positive, sun and moon, in between the North Pole god Shu, Yeshua, Jesus. And this is why Jesus is on top of a mountain with his hands open just like this in between two guys. All right? So yes, the ancestors taught about a flat earth. And Shu is basically spinning Nut around like a guy tossing a pizza. He's turning her around. That's creating, the sky is turning and it's giving us night and day. Now, let's go ahead and, so Shu represent this vortex energy in the middle of the torus field. And the ancestors was personifying this into, figures so that they can teach it to children. They wanted to teach this very advanced stuff to children. And how do you teach this to a child? You turn it into a cartoon character like the god Shu. All of these gods around the world was there to give us science about what we are, what the earth is. It was advanced scientific concepts that we took literally, and now we lost the message behind it. So let's continue to move, because I want to work my way beyond the ancestral knowledge and the biblical Quran knowledge into the flat earth debate with Professor Dave and Jamar. But we still got a lot to cover with this right here. So people say, well, Sanchez, they always knew the earth was flat. We never been teaching about no flat earth. Look at this right here. This is Polynesian cosmology. And I got some receipts on deck right now that's going to blow that lie you telling out the water, because I'm going to go even farther and say just in the early 1900s, we was teaching everybody about flat earth in the education system. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
For y'all globe earthers, you need to realize that the globe earth just came about in the 40s and 30s. Before that, in the early 1900s and back, everyone was flat earthers. I'm showing y'all that the globe earth model, or if you want to call it that, it ain't even that old. It's Johnny come late. It's the youngest model in existence. Here go my receipts though. 1967, they was teaching flat earth in classrooms. This was in 60s. This was after the 40s. So listen, it took them a while to fully get flat earth out of the curriculum and replace it with the globe earth. And we've been with the globe earth now for like 50 plus years, and people act like it's always been taught.
Oh, my God.
When I can pull up receipts right now, people, you probably can go in your local library and find flat earth books. I ain't even playing.
Oh, my God.
Do your research. They're lying to you, bro. Check this out.
From a Russian military plane. This is footage seen from a Russian military plane. This is what the North Pole looks like. A huge vortex. Now, everyone knows that the North Pole is a magnetic pole. So how does this apply to flat Earth?
Now, the North Pole is the North Pole. Don't let it go over your head. The North Pole is a pole, but it's a magnetic vortex like a sink drain suction. It ain't a physical stick. We call it a pole, but it's really a pull. It's the North Pole instead of the North Pole. The pull is the pole, right? The word pull and the word pole can be interchangeable when you deal with the North Pole. It's the pulling of the ether or vortex. So the North Pole is now taught to be the North Pole, but we knew that the pole was a pull for
minus, and plus. Also the center of the map, that is. The North Pole is not polarized, as being minus or plus pole.
Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Now, let's go to another receipt. I think this is this the same one? This might be the same one. No, this might be a different one. Let's play it.
America by satellite across the Atlantic in 1962. But the link across the Pacific was not completed until 1966. This evening, by using satellites...
Again, they was teaching flat earth in the educational schools in 67. The globe just came about, y'all. It's very new on the earth. So when people say our ancestors weren't no flat earthers, bro, not only was our ancestors flat earthers, people was it was more flat earthers than globe earthers in the early 1900s. That ain't even that long ago.
Oh my God!
Here goes some proof right here, though.
America by satellite across the Atlantic in 1962. But the link across the Pacific was not completed until 1966. This evening, by using satellites, microwaves, and landlines, we will link Europe with Africa, Asia, Australia.
In the 60s, this man said, because the earth is flat, we're going to be using landlines to connect all of the countries to a universal communication system by the 90s. And they did that. Let me show y'all something. Watch this. Here go a map of all the underwater cables. Now, if y'all think they wrapping these cables around a ball, you sound silly. You talking about a yarn ball. Now, listen, they're running underwater cables from continent to continent, y'all. You hear what I'm saying? They're running underwater cables from continent to continent, and they ain't turning the earth to a big yarn ball. I'm telling you that. They not making the earth a big yarn ball. And like I told you, every continent is connected because we all just one big rock. I keep telling y'all that. That's why you can run it from one country to the next. Look at what the Hebrew said. All continents are connected. All of the stuff they taught y'all about each continent breaking away with Pangea and each continent being its own little floating island. Can you imagine them trying to run a landline card from one country to the next and they're just floating islands? And they telling you now, they told you, let's look up Pangea because you must have forgot. They told you all of the continents are moving away from each other every day, every year. That would be stretching those cards, man. Y'all don't do no thinking, no. But check me out now. They say all of the continents were stuck together, and then they broke apart and became their own little islands, right? Can you imagine running landline cards and at some point there is no more ocean floor? It's just deep blue sea, and now the cable is just suspended in the ocean. And it's basically like two continents tethered together. It's like, what's that game they play? Tether game? I think Casanat and them was playing it. Let me see. This game, chain together. This what the continent's doing with all of those landline communication cards under the ocean. Because they're all floating islands and they're moving away from each other, and eventually they're going to break the chain. It don't make sense on a globe, people. So here go a man explaining to you, before we even built the worldwide communication grid with landline cards, they did that based upon flat earth, man.
Oh my God!
In the 60s, This man was saying, we're going to run landline cards and connect all the countries. You're going to be able to talk to people. We're going to connect the world worldwide with communication systems because the earth is flat, and we're going to run cards on the bottom of the ocean floor, and the floor is flat from one country to the next. And no, they taught you wrong. For that to be possible, that would mean each of these continents broke apart, like Pangea said, and now there is no ocean floor to run the wires. They're basically a bunch of continents floating away from each other, but they're tied together with cords. Now, I don't know what kind of cards they made, but if they're teaching us that the continents are moving away from each other each year, very slowly, then every decade they need to go check on them cards because they getting tighter and tighter, and that tension, they gonna eventually pop, buddy. Let me give a shout out to the people sending super chats. Hold on. Shout out to Free Energy. Thank you, Free Energy. You're so wonderful for that. Shout out to Somewhere in Time. Said God is mental. Thank you kindly for all you do, bro Sanchez. And thank you all. You guys are awesome. We need 3 more people to hit the goal, though. But you know what? People are still sending in super chats, so I'm still gonna open up the call lines. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Let's finish this. I don't want to talk too much.
America by satellite across the Atlantic in 1962. But the link across the Pacific was not completed until 1966. This evening, by using satellites, microwaves, and landlines, we will link Europe with Africa, Asia, Australia, and America.
His YouTube channel, no relation to me, made when he started to research the flat earth theory. He decided to go down to his local library and see what he could find, and he found over 100 articles in the microfiche of the old newspapers. So I'm going to read this out, and I hope you enjoy. This first one is from the Evening Telegraph, Monday, November 21st, 1921. Earth flat and the sun very small. Revolutionary theories taught in US schools. Ice barrier to keep mariners from falling off world. Revolutionary theories of a flat world and the absence of gravitation is being taught at the high schools of Zion, Illinois, USA, by order of the state's Board of Education. The new course of study teaches that the Earth is a flat circular world with a North Pole in the exact center, no South Pole, and surrounded by a wall of ice which keeps venturesome mariners from falling off the rim. It is also taught that the Earth has no motion and remains stationary in space, and that the Sun is not millions of miles in diameter and 91 million miles away, but it is really a little orb 32 miles across and only 3,000 miles from the Earth. The law of gravitation is held to be a fallacy by the State Board of Education, and Mr. Wilbur Glenn Voliver, its president, says that when objects are thrown into the air, they continue to rise until the force which propels them is expended, and then fall back to the Earth because they are heavier than air. A special kind of map is used in the schools to demonstrate the flat world theory, and it shows that the Earth as it would look to an observer directly above the North Pole, with the continents and seas projected onto a flat plane. As a result, the North Pole is in the center, and instead of a South Pole, the Antarctic regions are indicated by a white ring around the outer circumference of the circle. This ring, according to Mr. Voliver, is the ice barrier which keeps the mariners from falling off the edge of his flat world. A puzzle propounded. Miss Mary Thompson, principal of the Zion School and an ardent believer in the Voliver theories, has propounded a question which she believes will puzzle all scientists and navigators. showing on her flat map that the Tropic of Cancer, 43 degrees from the North Pole, was a much smaller circle than the Tropic of Capricorn, 47 degrees farther away, Miss Thompson says, navigators on a globular Earth would find, if they were to sail completely round either of these tropics, that they would be identically the same length. On a flat Earth, however, the Tropic of Capricorn would be much larger than the Tropic of Cancer, and would take much longer to sail round because of a flat Earth. Cancer would be nearer the center or North Pole. Why not some of the globular Earth believers try sailing round the two tropics and find out whether or not we are correct? The globular people certainly can't prove curvature of the Earth. Miss Eva Baker, teacher of geography, demonstrates to her class that the Sun is only a comparatively tiny orb. If the Sun was as large as it is said to be, she says, it would light up the whole world, instead of confining its hottest rays to a 3,000-mile wide belt between the two tropics. Both teachers say that their pupils grasp the theory of the flat world readily and accept the theory because it appears to them as rational. Very interesting. So, in 1921, the Sun was apparently 91 million miles away, and since then we've added 2 million miles to that figure.
Wow.
I think it started out at 3 million miles according to, I can't remember who was first that said that, but we've gone from 3 million to 93 million
Wow.
in a few hundred years. So, yeah, I thought you might find that interesting, and thanks to Dean Hawke for sending that.
These are newspapers from the 1920s that's saying...
I thought you might find that interesting, and thanks to Dean Hawke for sending that.
So I got to read these to you. This one here is the article about Zion School. Right there, then this one here says, after a money-paying job to the editor of the Tribune, I want a money-paying job to teach flat earth astronomy to the people in America. Flat earth astronomy, the true distance of the sun from the earth. These are all 1920s newspapers, man. So this article that we just played is talking about the sun being close and that the sun ain't that far away. Hey, shout out to Queen B. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you for that super chat. So we're talking about the sun being close. Now, I'm going to show y'all something real quick. And what I'm about to show y'all is going to be so beautiful because it's going to show that our ancestors were right and that we once had the truth and some set the world backwards and we started de-evolving. But check this out. Now, this is going to blow you away, but I'm about to show you. Check this out. Now, it was once taught that the sun is close. Would you look at that shot right there? Look at the sun within the clouds, people. Ain't no way, people, that the sun can be 93 million miles away. Let me go back to the globe model because sometimes what they need is a little perspective to see comparisons. Let me show you. Here's what your model is saying. The sun is outside of Earth's atmosphere, which I'm going to go into the biblical cosmology now, right? There should never be a time where we see the sun within the clouds. I'll show y'all some more of these. And what happens is at first you're going to want to deny what you're seeing, but you ain't tripping. You seeing what you seeing. I'm going to confirm it. Watch this. Here it is right here. Ain't no way you can argue with this one. Because look, in this one, we got clouds in front of the sun and behind it. Look at there now. You got the top of the sun blocking off them clouds up there. Now the sun is about to move forward, right? And these clouds in front of it is going to be behind it. The sun is literally moving through the clouds. The sun got clouds in front of it and behind it. But this is the model that they give you, people. Just think about it. If the sun is this far away and the clouds is all within Earth atmosphere, you should never go outside and see nothing like this. You got to start opening your eyes and quit, people. You think flat earthers just want to be ridiculed? You think we want to get joked on? You know that the only thing they can do is joke on us because they know that's all you can do when I'm showing stuff like this. You can't explain this on the globe model. So it leads into you are retarded. Flat earthers are so stupid that you class, you need to take physics. You need to do all of that, right? You need to answer to me how the sun is 93 million miles away and it's got clouds in front of it and behind it. And as it moves, the clouds in front of it is now behind it. It's moving through the clouds. And to you Christians out there, guess what the Bible say? Let's go back to the Bible now. Let me go back to my Bible now. Let's get our preach on. Let's get our preach on. Let's get our preach on. Okay? Give me a minute to get the scripture. You know, I got to pull up them scriptures now. Can't freestyle with the Bible. Genesis chapter 1, 6 through 8. And God said, come on, I'm going to pull it up. Let's pull the scriptures up. And God said, let there be a firmament. All right, that's a firmament dome. Now check it out. Said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. What waters? I just showed y'all all that. And it said, look, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Stop right there. The Bible said that the dome shape is going to be the thing that divide the waters. Look at this, y'all. These are arches on arches. The step pyramid is an ancient conception of the earth. Now, guess what the name of that step pyramid is? Saqqara. Guess what the word Saqqara is? Chakra. Chakra layers. The earth is our chakra layers. Life is a dream. Life is a ripple effect around the body. You're in your own little simulation, like a matrix pod, sleeping, having a dream called life. And it's based upon the earth being an ancient simulation that advanced ancestors created. And we're just doing the same thing in our time. I don't want to go too deep with you on that part. I'm going to stick to the whole flat earth thing. But look, the word chakra is the Egyptian word Saqqara. That's the name of that pyramid. That pyramid has what? 7 layers to it. How many chakras do we got? 7 layers. Let's do it. Chakra, right, is Saqqara, which is that step pyramid right there, representing the stairway to heaven, the journey of the soul through the earth realm, which is you and your own God body, dreaming. The man is God asleep, God is man awake, or something like that. Type it in the chat room for me. I'm gonna move on. Let's go. Here is Warner von Braun. And this dude here is one of the biggest pushers and movers in NASA. You know, a lot of money behind the whole NASA. One of these globe earther shields that's going against flat earth, spending his time to keep the truth silent. But when you look at his tombstone, Psalms 19:1, let's pull it up. What did this Mason get on his tombstone? The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. What? The same man that'll tell you it ain't no firmament. You're a dumb flat earther. Ha, 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 ha. Masons will laugh at you saying the earth flat, but look at what they teaching. What? Look at what they teaching. You see them 4 pillars with the dome? Why you think the Masons talk about standing on the square so much? What you think the arch is all about? The firmament dome. Let me give a shout out to Pink coming through with all that love. Thank you so much, sister. She says, Sanchez, your punk mod hit me. Here's what we're going to do for you, Pink. We're going to go ahead and we're going to mod you up. But first of all, let me say this, right? I need my managing moderators. Salutes to y'all, Jewel and everybody. Well, I ain't gonna call no names. It ain't gotta be y'all, but anybody. If you see moderators using their wrenches in a kind of tyrannical way, email me, give me their names, and let me know. I'll keep an eye on them. And if I see it, I'll do something about it if I catch them with it. Because I don't want nobody misrepresent my channel by wielding the wrench inappropriately, making it like we're some sort of censorship. You know, we don't, people can disagree. They just can't name call and be disrespectful. So we don't want to be hypocrites. We still want to allow people to, you know, but yeah, let's move forward. Here is what the Masons teach. So a lot of people like to say, Sanchez, have you ever been on an airplane before? Yes, I have. Let me go back to my now we're going to segue into the Lord Jamar argument. Now listen, in order for a pilot to fly perpendicular to the horizon line, he got to line up his altitude indicator crosshairs with the horizon line, and it has to be horizontal. In other words, this particular instrument called an altitude indicator is based upon the earth being flat. And if you think that's something, somebody told me on one of my posts, they said, Sanchez, if you was in the Air Force, then you was one of the dumbest people in the Air Force because you think the earth flat, right? But let me show you something about the Air Force, Mr. Smarty Pants. Let me show the Smarty Pants something about the good old Air Force. If you was in the Air Force, you would take this serious right here. This report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. What? Come on now, Mr. Air Force, because guess what? The Air Force and NASA work together with aircraft. And this is NASA's document right here.
Oh my God!
What you gonna say now? Everybody just, I mean, people act like we don't do research. People gonna do a lot of research before they just come out and know that people is gonna laugh about the flat earth, man. You're gonna have your receipts. Dr. Lawrence Cohen, the ex-Mossad agent of the U.S. Intelligence Department. The earth is not spinning on a globe at 1,039 miles per hour, nor is Earth 4.9 billion years old. Absurdities that you were taught and which stem from the Masonic Royal Society in London. What? Go do your own research. People like to talk about Air Force, you know, me being in the Air Force and being a flat earther. Have you ever been in a plane before? These pilots fly in them every day. Check this out right here.
How long have you been a pilot for?
43 years.
Wow. What shape is the planet?
Flat. We're supposed to keep it a secret.
Okay.
Now, guess what a globalist will say? He just playing. They just gonna tell that man he playing. Don't nobody play like that. He can, you see what I'm saying? So, instead of them admitting that not everyone think the earth is a globe, and there are pilots who fly in your plane who are admitting that it's flat, get over it, man. The man said it's flat. Let me drop him a bomb. Sanchez, he just playing. What about this pilot?
I just got one question to ask. Flat or a ball?
Flat or a ball? What's that?
Well, I never feel as breaking round. If we live on a ball, surely we'd have to fly around it. Yeah, it feels like flat or a ball.
Flat, not a ball.
notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
So when people say you can see curvature from an airplane, I'm trying to see how when the pilot look out his window, he don't see curvature, but when you look out yours, you see curvature. That don't even make no sense. And you can't act like the pilot lying, because let me show you what his instrument is called. Let me show you something. The pilot ain't lying about the ground being flat, because this is what he's using to keep the plane level with the ground. If he's seeing a curve, then the white line right here will have to bend to show him curvature. This instrument is based on flat earth, man. This instrument, now I'm going to show you how Masonic this instrument it is, right? Watch this. Traveling and all that is turned into Masonic symbolism. They hide the secrets of the earth. Watch this. If you look at the Hebrew cosmos, watch this. This is what they build the altitude indicator off of. If you look at this right here and pull up one, let's go to it again. It's as above, so below. This instrument is based on flat earth. Now, guess what's in the middle of the flat earth? A pitchfork, a trident, or what? A mountain. A mountain and a trident is in the middle of the flat earth. You think I'm making that up or something? No, I'm not. I'm going to show it to you. Matter of fact, you know I got receipts, right? Let's do it. In the middle of the Mayan cosmos is a tree of life. Guess what that tree is? A trident. Look at it. Look in the middle of that. You see that? Now let's look at the pilot's altitude indicator. It's all Masonic, people.
Oh my God!
You can see that we're in a flat earth. The horizon line splits this thing evenly everywhere you look at eye level, just like with the Red Bull jump when he looked out the window. Right? When he looked out his window, and guess what he saw? That the horizon line had met him eye level, and it was flat. It was flat out that window. And from up that high, flat horizon line is splitting. Look at that. Splitting this man mirror evenly, 50-50. Look at that. Like a 50-50 circle, beautiful. Because the horizon will meet you at eye level. And it'll stay flat if you're on an extended plane. That's just how it works. If you're on a flat horizon, a huge plane, the higher up you go, the horizon will just rise with you, eye level. And here's a proof of that here. So it's so dope that he's inside of a circular window, because it shows you that that horizon line is splitting that circle 50-50.
Oh my God!
50-50, man. Perfectly. It's giving you the math right there. And that's what we have here. He would be able to line up his crosshairs from up this high all the way to the ground level, because even at the ground level, the horizon line will still meet him at eye level. So when the pilot is landing the plane, let me show you what he'll see. The horizon line is still eye level. From that low on the ground, from this low on the ground, the horizon line is still flat and eye level. 50-50, splitting the mirror. And no matter how high up you go, it's going to stay that way because we're on a flat earth. And here is proof here. And because of that, we can have this instrument with this flat line, because think about it. If the horizon line was bending into a curve as we rise up, then my altitude indicator would bend as I rise. That's life-saving information that I would need to know as a pilot. The higher up I rise, then this white line right here should start to bend. Because what do globalists say? The more you get off the ground, the more you can see the curve. They say you can see a curve in an airplane, but yet the pilots say, no, you can't see no curve in an airplane, because if he did, his instruments wouldn't even work. How is he gonna line these crosshairs up with a curve to keep the plane even with the horizon line, which is horizontal beneath him, just like in this image? He's flying over a plane, just like the NASA document we just read. So when they say, well, the pilots are just joking, you think all of these pilots just joking, huh? Let's finish the video. You're so...
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
This is the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, thank you.
Are you the pilot? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say hi?
A curved horizon is wild, Q. Globalists don't know shapes. They think it's a curvizon. They don't know that the word horizon is the root word of horizontal.
Stupid.
And last time I checked, a curve it ain't straight. And it just can't be both. It can't be both.
Hey, I just want to say thanks for the smooth flight.
All right.
I did have one question. Is there like a specific angle of downward tilt you have to fly at to
3 degrees.
3 degrees
That's it.
for the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, for the Earth?
Because
No, we just fly over the troposphere.
really, but do you have to keep like kind of going down because?
No, we actually have to nose up. It flies. Yeah.
Really? Because I was reading some stuff on the flat Earth that made a lot of sense. Have you looked into it?
Which one? Sorry?
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
That's true?
Wow.
Oh my God.
The pilot was like, yeah, I'm going to go and tell you, yeah, the earth is flat, but now let's end this stuff. You're going to get me fired now, you know. Yeah, if you want to know if it's flat, yeah, that's true. It's flat with the flat. Man, I love these pilots. And he was like, yeah, like, now move, now, and I told you what the truth, now get on out my face, man. You know what I'm saying? I like that, bro. Let's check it out.
Which one? Sorry?
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
It's true?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
All
Hey,
right.
God bless, brother.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Man, come on, globalists.
Did you notice any curvature?
Because the globalists told me on my last video that pilot was just playing. So now all of these pilots playing, huh? Let's go.
While we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No, there's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Come on, man. If these pilots didn't sign, you know that these pilots can't be no flat earthers, right? You know that they'll get fired, right? But, you know, shout out to the people that's asking them right there on the spot. Like, if they would start YouTube channels teaching about flat earth, I don't think they'll be working for the airlines long. But this is enough, though. We appreciate this right here.
Okay, all right, cool.
All
Hey,
right.
God bless, brother.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No, there's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I'm a fellow.
Now, guess what? Now, imagine how silly this is, y'all. You will have a globalist arguing with the pilot that the earth is a ball and that you can see the curve from an airplane, even though the pilot the one flying your silly behind from point A to point B. Ain't that stupid?
Stupid.
They so stubborn, they will fly in a plane with a pilot and trust the man with their life, but they don't think he know what he talking about and know what he flying over and how his instruments work. They'll argue with the pilot while they in his plane, trusting him with their life, y'all.
Stupid.
It's a ball and you can see it from the window. Look at it. And they're like, dude, it's just flat. No, but you're a dumb flat earther. Yeah, and your life is in my hand right now. Like, this is just silly.
Well, Casey Josh, I'm a fellow, just PPL, pilot, here.
Yeah, no.
I've got a couple of serious questions to ask you.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, there's a big time. Curvature.
Curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't allow for curvature, do we?
Yeah. For anything, not for you usually. Yeah.
No, we're round. We're a disc, aren't we? Round and flat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, but honestly, quite seriously,
Yeah.
we are, aren't we?
Yeah.
Shout out to these pilots. And they are all answering like, yeah, it's flat now. Get on away from me. Because it's almost like they can't talk about it. It's almost like they can't talk about it, man. That's crazy. It ain't a lot of pilots in the world. So I don't know what kind of fraternities that the pilots got or whatever, but all of them is like, yeah, it's flat now, you know. Move, you know, I can't talk too much about it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Seriously?
Yeah.
We are, aren't we?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up, pilots? Is the earth flat or round?
Flat.
Thanks. I'm with you.
Y'all heard that? And he just straight up said flat. Is the earth flat or round? Flat.
Is the earth flat or round?
Flat.
Thanks. I'm with you. What's up?
Shout out to these pilots, man. And shame on all of you people talking about you can see a curve from an airplane, but the pilot can't. That's crazy. Are y'all in the same plane? Maybe your plane higher than theirs. I don't know. This is silly.
What's up, pilots? Is the earth flat or round?
Flat.
Thanks. I'm with you.
Come on now. Come on now.
This is a message for all the...
Okay, thank you, and have a great night.
Good day, thank you. Flat Earth? Say it again. You know about the flat Earth? Oh, yeah. You do? Oh.
You see, he said, you know about the flat earth? And he said, yeah. See?
That's the complete.
Okay, thank you, and have a great night.
Good day, thank you. The flat Earth? Say it again. You know about the flat Earth? Oh, yeah. You do? Oh, what's your thoughts? Yeah, all right. Just want to ask the captain.
Now, he just gave a kind of a scare, and he turned red, too. This pilot turned red like, I'm not supposed to talk about it. I'm just going to say I don't know, you know. But he's like, I know about the flat earth, like.
Yeah, all right. Just want to ask the captain if the earth is a ball or flat. Let's see what he says. You're going to say thank you to him?
Thank you. No problem, bye.
Cheers, thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Can he come down and stick his head just in that bit? Do you want to go and have a look? Wow, look at all that. Looks technical, doesn't it? It was fantastic, wasn't it? Yeah. Come on then, let him crack on. I just got one question to ask. Flat or a ball? Well, I never feel as breaking round. If we live on a ball, surely we'd have to fly around it. Yeah, it feels like flat or a ball.
Flat, not a ball. I think it's flat.
Yeah, me too.
Pilot said, I think it's flat.
It certainly does, doesn't it? And you.
So we get the point. I can play these all day. I can play these all day, bro. To the people that's saying, you know, you can see curvature from a plane. That's crazy.
What's up, man?
So,
Did you know?
let's go ahead and.
Or is it global?
I'll play one more for y'all though. I forgot this one. Here go another one. Like I can go on and on with
Or
these.
is it global? It's flat. This is flat. Thank you very much, mate. God bless.
A man asked the pilot if the Earth is flat.
Or is it global? It's flat. This is flat. Thank you very much, mate. God bless.
A man asked the pilot if the Earth is flat.
Can I talk to the pilot, please?
You're the pilot? Hi.
How long have you been flying for?
Like for Delta, 21 years, but maybe like 30 something.
I want to know, because they say the pilots know a lot. Do you think the Earth is flat or no?
I know it's flat.
You know it's flat? How long have you been flying for, you said?
Over 30 years.
And when you tell people that, do they think you're like crazy or no?
Only one person.
Only one person?
Because they're telling.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you.
Us, you know, that at least in the U.S., the ground's moving at about 700 miles an hour left to right. And I was thinking that's kind of odd if you're landing.
Look at her mouth.
Going north, you know, or moving in the north direction.
No, the ground looks to us like it's standing still.
Yeah, not an issue, huh?
Yeah, no. You could probably see the Rockies from Kansas.
Wow.
You can start seeing the mountains from Kansas. And that's why most pilots know the Earth flat. They just don't want to really talk about it like you can see in these videos.
It's a clear day, but if it's smoky or hazy, obviously we can't see.
Earth's flat.
Sorry?
Earth is flat.
Yeah, we know that. We've seen it every day.
Flat and stationary.
Exactly. Everybody else.
Well, you know that. You guys see that.
And these are a bunch of pilots sitting around saying, yeah, we know that, man. We see it every day. But on TV, we getting joked on. But if I was sitting next to these pilots, they'll already know I know the secret. See, flat earthers we're like a public group of people that are part of an ancient secret society that a lot of people know, but most of the world don't know. But I'm telling you right now, that's just like I got a bunch of Masons that I've met who said, yeah, the earth is flat, man. That's what they teach in the lodges. And I've met a bunch of Masons, and you'll see these same Masons come and attack flat earth. It's because that's the secret of the secret society. That's what they're hiding from everybody. And if you think I'm lying, let me show you once again. You can pull this up yourself. This is called Masonic cosmology. They teach this in the lodge, that the earth is flat and that the sun and moon is inside the dome with the stars. And it's going around the polar vortex, which they got as this opening right here. That's the vortex, or God, that's spinning everything around. So why would the Masons waste their time teaching ancient cosmology in the lodge, but when you go outside, the Masons are attacking flat earth? Even if you look at old George Washington, all the Masons love George Washington, right? And one of his famous images, what is he telling you? That the earth is flat. Look at this. It's all about flat earth. Look at this. Why is George Washington under the arch in the middle with the pillars of the earth surrounding him? See, this is what the Masons are teaching. You see the stars and all of that inside of the arch with George Washington. So if you ever look at this image, you will see all of the stars is under the firmament dome. He's got the stars in the dome, like the Bible say. And if you compare this to the goddess Nut, you can see what we're saying. The stars inside of the dome. And they're just stealing from the ancestors. They're hiding it from you. And then when you try to connect with your ancestors like I did, you got to be willing to be laughed at. They don't want us for some reason. Connect them. This stuff here really will open up your third eye and have you start your soul pointing its way on up out of here. You know, because how you connect with the creator is through the creation. It's very deep. I'll go into that in future videos. But here in the Masonic cosmos, we have sun and moon inside the dome with the stars, just like we have here with George Washington. You can compare that to other models that we see. Let's do another one. Let me see, because it's a couple of versions of these. And just like this one, you can see the sun and moon, the two balls right there. And then you can see the moon right here. And that's the sun within the clouds right there, which is a dead giveaway, because right here, you can see the sun being cloaked inside the clouds. Why did they do that? I'm going to show you why they did that. Let's go back to this image right here. All of the flat earth observations, they're hiding these from you in the lodges. Now, let me show you why the Masons put the sun in the clouds right there. It's going to blow you away. Check this out. The sun within the clouds. Boom. You see that right there? Now peep this one. Peep the next joint that I'm about to play with you. Let's do the pilots above the sun joint. We got the, it's people coming into this stuff every day. We got to be thorough, assuming no one never looked into it before and show them what the flat earth is about, because it's being misrepresented on the media. Don't think, well, we already taught that, let's move on. Nope, we got to reteach it all the time. Let's pull up the pilots flying above the sun video, which they're trying to censor. It's hard to find. It's taking me this long to find it. Let me show you. Here it is. Let's play this for the people. You see the sun within the clouds right here? You see that? Now let's go back to the Freemason concept. Look at this image right here. And let's look at what the Freemason's showing. You see that right there? Oh my God! The Freemasons, whoever made this model, they was hiding secrets about the earth in plain sight. That's what these people do. They hide the truth right in your face. Now here go the moon. Here go the moon right here. Here go the moon. Here go, this would be like the 7 wandering stars. They just showing you the stars is within the firmament dome, basically. It's coded knowledge. And what's so crazy is they got a ladder going into the sun, as if the sun is some kind of stargate that can allow the soul to ascend, because they got this casket, but they do got this ladder going into the sun. But they got the sun blocked by the clouds, and to me, that's just knowledge. They hiding knowledge to show you that the sun is close. The sun is within the clouds. How do they pass this knowledge down to their children but hide it from ours? Through symbolism like this. Now, the average person will look at this image of George Washington. They won't know why it's so important. They'll just say, see, George Washington was an arch degree or something like that. But they have no idea why the arch is so important in Freemasonry. You see, they don't know the secret. They just know it's a secret society, but they hadn't cracked the code yet. So most people will look at this image all day, and they'll tell you that. They'll definitely tell you that, man, that, hey, it represents arch degrees and all that, but no, it represents the flat earth, man. That's the big secret that they hiding. So, and you can, like I said, the sun and moon is in there with all the stars, and there you go. But the fact that they got that sun within the clouds, that to me was like that's a dead giveaway. That deserves a bomb. Because the Masons got the sun cloaked within the clouds to let their people know that it ain't far away. They will lie to you like that. You need to ask the question, why they lying to everybody else? Because it must be something very special about us and the earth, bro. And it gets to be sinister. It's a spiritual warfare. They don't want us getting out of here. That's the whole secret about why they lying about it. It's a satanic agenda for real, because the earth is hell and the devil don't want nobody getting out. The moment you start realizing what the earth is, guess what you realize? You can't get out of here with the space program. Oh my God. And that NASA lying to you. The only way you can get off the earth is with meditation and having an out-of-body experience like all of the ancestors taught. like Enoch and all of the prophets did when they was caught off into the third, fourth, and fifth heavens in the spirit with God, because can't no flesh enter the heavens. That's in the scriptures. So when the space program tell you that man can travel the heavens and be all up there in the stars, that's a lie, because it was taught by all of the original Gnostics that ain't no flesh gonna be allowed in the heavens. You can only go up there in spirit, which is what all the original prophets did. So let's continue moving with all of this stuff here. This is what they don't want you to know. And ain't nobody trying to get off the earth and work on their kundalini and all that. They just buying into a false program that's saying we're going to be spacefaring, space exploring creatures by, you know, a certain year. We keep building the technology, but really you'll be a cyborg and a transhuman by then, and people have been and forgot all about the space program. That's a lie they telling us now just to get us to the next step, and it ain't got nothing to do with space. They saying we need to get more advanced and build a technology. We need to go to space, but they getting more advanced and building the technology. They need to police you more and control you more. Elon said before we go to space, every human gonna have to train in simulated environments.
Oh my God!
He said that's where Neuralink gonna come in, because how are we gonna train millions of humans and give them advanced space training so that we all can be astronauts? He said via Neuralink and simulated environments where you can upload the country. We basically can explore space without killing ourselves, and we can literally experience the real thing out of body. So we see the trickery with that. We can go to space, but we gotta chip you up first. What? And people ain't paying attention. So let's go back. Let's go back to another video.
Okay, so we're cruising at 35,000 feet. And we're we're about 300 miles from capital. Over here, you can see the moon. And to the left, the sun. How cool is that? Okay, so we're cruising at 35,000 feet. And we're about 300 miles from capital. Over here, you can see the moon. And to the left, the sun. How cool is that? To the left, the sun. How cool is that?
Okay, let's check it out now. Don't you know that the sun shouldn't be below the horizon? If it's within, think about this now. Look at just think a minute of what you're looking at. You're seeing the sun below the horizon line. That ain't possible on the globe. That's only possible if the sun is within the atmosphere. Think about that. I'm seeing the sun below the horizon line here. Now they said the sun going over the curve when it's setting on the horizon line. And if they true about that, then we'll never see the sun below the horizon line if it's 93 million miles away. This showing us a sun that's hovering right here within the atmosphere, and it's right over a flat plane. It's right where we see it at within the clouds right there, and the clouds ain't 93 million miles away. So the sun ain't. And when you got the sun under the clouds, in between the clouds, clouds in front of it, behind it, the sun below the horizon line, and you still want to believe what they telling you, that's when you got to realize everybody ain't going to be saved. Facts. Everybody ain't going to be saved.
That's right.
you should never have the sun below the horizon. You should never have that. Come on, man. The signs are there, people. The sun ain't 93. So it goes back to the whole thing about the Lord Jamar and Professor Dave debate. You see what I'm saying? And I was in the Air Force when I made the argument about the altitude indicator, and people was in the chat room trolling me about being in the Air Force, and I'm pulling up NASA documents and all that. Now the pilot got to fly perpendicular to the horizon line. He got to have the plane parallel to it, because if he's slanted upward, he's raising in altitude, and that's dangerous. And if he's slanted downward, he's slowly crashing. He got to have a tool to indicate to him whether he's ascending, descending, or going straight even with the horizon line. And the altitude indicator is that tool. And this tool is based upon a flat earth. And I showed you another document where the aircraft we design is based for flat earth. And I gave you all these videos of pilots telling you the earth flat. At this point, you're just choosing to be stupid and ignorant. That's what I feel about it at this point, seriously. Showing you all this Masonic stuff, all this stuff, and they'll still say flat earthers are retarded. Go study physics. Don't you know that physics as it stands today don't even match our reality? These are facts, bro. That's how I know y'all don't study physics. Don't you know that it's scientists that don't even believe in atoms? Yeah, because you don't do research. You just know what you know, and you don't want to hear nothing else. When it comes to physics, physics is on a foundation of science. Science is basically split up on the nature of physics. They're not a monolith on that. And I can show you videos all the way up to the 60s where you had scientists saying that the moon is plasma, not solid. So the childish behavior of globe earthers, they want to convince themselves everybody in the world think the way I think. Every pilot, every scientist, everybody think like me, Sanchez. Why? Because they are so built to like consensus. They want everybody on their side. They care about the majority. They care about the majority, the group think, the wolf pack mentality. And that's the thing. So they care so much about, they don't care about proving it. They care about everybody saying what they saying. And that's why they'll tell you, ain't nobody teaching the flat earth, when actually the flat earth is like the most consistent conceptual viewpoint of our cosmology all the way up to the 1900s. And I've showed you proofs on that. All of the ancestors had this same consistent concept that the Masons have adopted to teach in secrecy. So let me not be too redundant. I want to continue forward with dealing with religion and the Bible. The people that wrote the Bible, when they said every eye gonna see God, they was speaking from a flat earth perspective. And I keep showing this picture here for Christians who believe in a globe. They will never answer the question, how every eye gonna see God on a globe earth. Pastor Duffy don't want to have that discussion with me. I'm going to see if I can make that happen with him. Now, we didn't meet our goal. We needed just 2 more people to send $20 super chats within 5 minutes. I don't think we're going to meet it, but I do appreciate the support. So I'm still going to open up the call lines, but it's just going to be for smoke only. Just smoke only. Now, this is what I'm going to do. The question for my smoke right now is, how is every eye going to see God on a globe earth? That's what I got for my smoke. I need that to be what we're focusing on. because this is Sunday and I'm doing my biblical cosmology. If you are a Christian globe earther, I'm putting the phone call link out there. You guys wanted the lines open. You voted for it. So let's only allow it for smoke so we don't gang up on them. And I'll let the people speak as long as they want until they ready for me to respond. And we can have a good bill. And don't come name calling, because I'm going to be so professional and respectful to you, because I really don't hate no globe earthers for real, man. But it seemed like they hate us, man. It's so cult-like for some to upset you like that, to where you gotta get out of your character and not act like an adult and name call and be childish. Retard! You stupid, and you know, all of that stuff. I did drop the call-in link. And anyone can join. I would love for someone to answer, how can everyone see God coming back? Every eye on earth look up and see God in the sky. And yet the earth is a globe. So what's my concept behind that is right here. It don't take a genius to look at this image and see the problems with this. Now, I'm hoping that the Christian globe earthers who say that the Bible writers wasn't flat earthers, the people that wrote the Bible, they said that every eye will see God when he look in the sky. If you're on a flat plane, that'll be possible. That's definitely possible. For everyone to look up in the heavens and see this spectacle and how great they describe it and all that in the Bible or whatever. But depending on what side God approaching from with on the globe, the other side of the globe ain't gonna see God. God will have to project himself all around the globe versus just build the earth in a way to make this possible from the get-go. So, I don't know if we're going to get anybody to hit the link, but it'll really be awesome if I can converse with somebody just besides myself here on a Sunday night with a little Bible study and cosmology talks. Any ministers, any biblical scholars, any Bible enthusiasts, all right, who may be globe earthers. Well, at this point, anyone can hit the link because I wanted to offer it first for smoke. But since it seems like they're going to shy up on me tonight, anyone who want to come up and interject, do so at this time. And while we wait on that, I'm going to just keep on doing what I do, man. So Professor Dave get a pass. People were saying, don't make the Lord Jamar and Professor Dave thing a race thing, but it is a race thing. You feel me? It's definitely a race thing. Because check it out. Y'all ain't give Lord Jamar a chance. You automatically said you don't know what he talking about. The earth ain't flat. We already know the earth ain't flat. And I'm going to tell you why that's sad. The same people who taught you that the earth is a globe taught you that black people descend from monkeys and that Columbus discovered America. So if black people gonna say, well, they was wrong about Columbus discovering America and we need to correct the historians, don't you know there are other people you need to correct too? Because just because it make them an expert at something don't mean that their morals are intact. So if you had scientists, health experts that was teaching people smoking cigarettes is healthy for you in the 60s because they was working with the cigarette companies. They didn't care about using their health degree to tell you the truth. Money has compromised honesty and integrity from the experts of the world. They only using their smarts to help control you, police you, and extract wealth from you. Shout out to Troy. He says, bro, I've been watching you from 2015. Love your work. Can you do a show on scientists who don't believe in atoms? I will do it. Also, what happened to all the old live streams? They'll be back up. I got to baptize them, get all the cussing off of them and put them back up. Good for me, though. I can run them through a program and it do it automatically, and you can just re-upload them. Shout out to Sarada. What's good, sis? Thank you. You and Troy, appreciate y'all. She says, salutes to you, big bro Sanchez, listening in from VA. The globe earth should be an obvious psyop by now to most, but they keep waking it up. Yeah, facts. For some reason, it's because every time they see that this fire about to get kindled, they got to put the water on it and put it out. Because this mass awakening will end the entire system of government as we know it. The people will get the power back. And I'm going to do a whole stream on that concept alone. Let's give a big shout out, man, to the people showing your boy love right now. Let's read them all. Shout out to Super Futuristic. Thank you so much for the super chat donation. Y'all are awesome. Shout outs to, did I get the question everything? Said, keep it up. I will do it. Thank you. We have a caller on by the name of, well, Santos. How you doing, man? You want to, yeah, this is Brother Santos right here. Salutes and welcome back, man. I'm going to turn the mic on over to you. Thank you for joining.
How's it going, everybody? Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Shout out to you though, real quick before we get into it. And yeah, man, I always thought that you know, those guys was on that side, you know, or on this side, I should say. But it definitely seems like they how do I say this? Like, it seems like they like kind of make fun.
Mm-hmm. Talk to me.
So yeah, I'm glad.
Now listen, I want to ask you a question. When I was bringing up the Lord Jamar Professor Dave debate, and I was bringing in the race card on Lord Jamar defense, saying this is a little bit of like y'all thinking the white man's ISIS code type crap. It's cringe, like, and people like, this ain't even about race. This is about ignorance. No, it is about race, because the people who taught you the globe model were Aristotle, Galileo, and a bunch of white Freemasons. And the people who taught us the flat earth model were black indigenous people, talking about Nut and Gab and all the other models I'm showing you around the world. And you can see with melanated people on them who were saying the earth flat. And I can show you more models like this all over the world, Polynesian, all that. But my thing about it's almost like I'm saying that my ancestors is smarter than modern scientists, and people like Bill Nye the Science Guy, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that they know more about the earth and the stars than the Mayans, the Hindu, and the Vedics. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's definitely crazy. And see, well, you could say that in a sense of today's science, the science they created to manipulate the reality. Well, of course, they're going to be the masters at that manipulated science, you know? But when it comes to that real nature science, because, you know, the real science is nature. You know, our ancestors was masters at that.
And so what do you think, like, is that a justified race card to throw?
I think so. I think so. I think because just like what you were saying, on the strength of you know, it seems like the color of it seems like the color of the skin dictates the truth. You know, dictate to who they're gonna
it's like,
give that.
because not to cut you off, because check this out. Watch this, right? Let's say if you had Professor Dave versus Professor Harry, and Professor Harry was a guy who was over the aviational educational department at Marshall University. And Professor Dave, right? He's a professor. Boom. You got these two white professors. Guess what? They probably would have disagreed with the flat earth professor, but they wouldn't have immediately shot it down, and they would have been more open-minded, and they would have been like, but you know, the other professor was making a lot of sense though with the flat earth thing. No, that's some stuff to look into. You feel me? Versus it being Lord Jamar up there with baggy clothes on, smoking a blunt, cussing every sentence, looking ghetto. It's gonna automatically look like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to this white professor over this dumb nigga. I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah, that's true, man. I got a buddy, I got some Somalian buddies, and you know, they're real culture driven. You know, they still kind of go by, you know, their culture from the land and stuff. And we have these talks all the time, and they don't believe the earth is flat. You know, they think they go by what they believe, but they don't shoot. You know, they indulge into the information, and they're like, you know, that's definitely a option. You know, they don't shoot it down. You know, and they still use they science. You know, what they were taught. You know, on the islands and stuff.
You know. So I mean, it's just yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, man. I don't mean to cut you off, but I do think it's a race thing. I think that it started off in that light, in a sense. Yeah, I think so. I think Lord Jamar. I don't know, man. I got mixed feelings about bro. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you how I know he's looking more and more shilly to me every day, because I don't care about, you can say, well, Sanchez, he ain't gonna reach out to you because how you talking right now. No, bro, because we black people, Lord Jamar from New York, he know barber shop and black people culture, and he know us niggas talk to each other like this, and that I love him, and it ain't no damn disrespect. This is his brother saying, nigga, hit me up so I can get you out of this pickle. It's like this. You got a little bro who you know is good at this thing, and you ain't got to do nothing but hit him up. Now, if you don't do it, it make me look like, man, is he trying to be a hit piece? Because you bringing Dave West on, he's the most debunked flat earther. And I ain't gonna lie to you, he know what he talking about. He can prove the earth flat, but he's a shield. He's a hit piecer. He also got the application that is so easily to debunk. And it asks people for their personal information. Some people are alleging that it's tracking them. That's a whole nother stream.
Oh yeah, so, and it's crazy that you say that, bro, because you guys do have a little bit of similar traits. You know, even with y'all attitude. You know, you from the East. You know, you from. It's like y'all similar and differently. That makes sense.
Yeah, man. Like, I ain't never disrespect. I just said, like, I ain't gonna lie, when it come to the hip hop debate, guess what I thought? I had to fall back, I'll admit it, because I didn't know that the tethers was that out of control, and it kept getting worse and worse with new ones coming out. So I fell back and let Lord Jamar do his thing. But at first I was using it as a moment to challenge the OGs on how they sold out the industry to the small hats and nobody owning their masters and crazy contracts and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and I'm sure he know. You know, I'm sure he like me, man. I think a lot of those guys, man, turn the others cheap. You know, when it comes to that stuff, and I feel like he's probably one of them, and he should have already been spoke out on that. You know he should have already.
Lord Jamar is a 5%er, and you know that you don't really speak bad on the elders and the OGs and the fathers of hip hop and stuff when you raised in New York. But see, that mean that it's kind of the same situation where you can't question God. You can't criticize God. You can't tell the OGs, look, well, y'all know a little something and we'll learn from you, but you don't know everything. And the young generation can look and study and see where y'all went wrong. And it is hard for a person to see where they went wrong because we got ego. Our mind will hide our own flaws from us, but it'll make us point out everybody else's, won't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's facts, bro. That's facts. You can give others advice, but you can't guide your own. You know, I think that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of us.
That's a lot of us. Indeed. So
yeah, and I don't think that 5%. I forgot all about that. It definitely seemed like he has that allegiance too. That's crazy. It definitely seemed, but it doesn't that come with wanting to know more and to, like you said, like you don't want to step on the elders and you don't want to, but doesn't that come with it? Like, ain't that the purpose for the elders? Is because you always say, you know, you want to put the young ones in the positions where they're going to teach and they're going, you know, so it should come with that type of lifestyle. Is these younger ones are going to come up, they're going to learn, they're going to, man, here in Milwaukee, man, these young guys is starting up cars with USB plugs, bro. That's very intelligent, very sophisticated things that people go to school for. And these little kids is doing it out here just to peel cars, just to have fun. You know, and these youth is learning so fast, but they don't know what to do with it. They don't know what you know what I mean? Like, dude, you could start a car with a USB plug, bro. You should be going to school and getting things right, you know?
Now, and it's something else I wanted to bring up too. You know how they be like, y'all ain't got no equations? Where your equations at? You know, and all that stuff. So I just want to share something with you, right? Watch this. Watch this. Now look, what is this the equation for right here? Do you know?
Hold on, I can't see.
I made this equation today because globalists like to say the flat earthers ain't got no equations. We got equations for our stuff. And equation ain't nothing but a mathematical way to say something. So here is an equation for devils and demons right here, y'all. Oh, I'm not screen sharing, my bad. If you're in a waiting room, stand by. We about to let people on. Check me out now. I made an equation the other day for flying pink elephants. Now, are flying pink elephants real? No. But I can make a mathematical equation that will support that in math. See, once you learn that math is a language, just like Japanese, let's see, Honduran, name a language. You speak Italian, right? A computer may speak in math language, a binary code. It's just a language. And don't you know that a liar can lie in all languages? Simply saying that you can't say this in this language don't make nothing true or false. It just means you can say damn near anything in different languages. Give me a word and I'll show you how to say that word in this language, that language, and in an equation. I can turn any word, any concept into a mathematical equation, whether it's true or false. And anybody that say I can't, they don't even know what equations is, y'all. Stupid. You know what an equation is, though, in the chat room. Now, let's go ahead and start getting some people on who are in the waiting room. Let's bring them on in, and let's see what everybody got to say. I'm interested to see what's on each caller's mind. Tonight is about flat earth and cosmology, but I do have a show coming up where I'm going to go into world events. I'm going to talk about these airplanes around the world, and I'm going to share y'all video clips that you've been sending me. We're going to talk about it. I got that on the schedule, don't worry. But let's see what everybody got for me concerning this flat earth and this cosmology here tonight. We just waiting on them to get their mic set up. Let's start with Zoom user. Go ahead, unmute your mic. Let me get a mic check from Zoom user.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
How you doing? It's peace and love. So, Dale, I've actually been listening to you since 2018 now. I'm active duty U.S. soldier stationed in South Korea. So,
that's what's up, man. Mad love. So, bro, me and you have walked the same life paths. How old are you?
I am 30 years old, bro.
I got you by a decade, man. And it's crazy to see you as a 30-year-old man, and you're in Korea right now. Just like I was, man. What branch?
I am Army. I'm in the Army.
That's what's good, bro. I'm going to let you talk to the people, man. Tell them why you called in. This is mad love, bro. I appreciate this.
Yeah, always, bro, Sanchez. And, I called in today because you had a stream the other day. I think it was 3 days ago. I'm on like 14 hours ahead. But you had a stream about, Columbus and Brother Seti and all them talking about how, the slave ships came in. And you were going in on the slave ships, and it was an article I was reading, bro, Sanchez. It was 3 days ago,
mm-hmm.
And I'm excellent. And talking about how Christopher Columbus was in search of Jerusalem, so he was trying to reclaim Jerusalem, which is in the Americas at the time, and my whole thing is like this whole flat earth, this whole globe earth, this whole everything is basically, to me, from what I've learned from you, it's a spiritual warfare. It's a spiritual attack. Mm-hmm. And I feel like the people that are indigenous to America that never came from Africa, that were never in Africa, those tribes that were in Virginia, that's where I'm from. Those tribes that were in Virginia, the Powhatan, the Rappahannock, the Matami, they were all enslaved by these people that came in from the Catholic Church, the Spanish Church, and to me, bro Sanchez, I feel like you should touch on that a little bit more. Go deeper into that so you can enlighten people, because I always put soldiers on you all the time. There's a lot of flat power brother soldiers in the Army.
Man, that is what's up, bro. And I keep telling them like they got the wrong idea. Let me mute everybody. We getting feedback. If you're on the call, you need to cut your YouTube video off. You're now part of the show. Another way to look at this, callers, if you're calling into the radio station, cut your radio down once the DJ host get on the phone, because he will hear himself double. Just to give y'all an idea of why you need to cut your YouTube off once you call in. All right, so my brother who was talking, my military brother, you can unmute. I had to get rid of that annoying feedback. And yeah, you can finish your spiel, man, and we're gonna move the mic around. But yeah, you come in with some good stuff. Everybody gonna contribute to the bill. Just stand by, we'll get y'all in. But yeah, you can feel free to take the mic for sure.
Yes, so that's all I was calling in, brother. For I wanted to acknowledge, that I've been listening to you, for about 8 years now, and I put my family onto you, and everybody listens and shows love, Prof Sanchez.
That makes me feel real warm inside on some real shit. I don't care how that may sound. Salutes.
Yeah, much love. But I'm gonna go ahead and mute up and let other people call in. Much love. Much love.
Much love. And
peace.
And before we go to ratting, let me say this for the YouTube algorithm. This channel is not promoting any hate. We don't do any strong profanity. This channel offers comedy and humor and parody, as well as debates in the form of politics and science. Let's keep the show moving. Salutes to Red.
I ain't too loud, am I?
You good to me.
Uh, Real quick, I be trying to get you fights. I be messaging, emailing. I done email Godfrey. I done message Vlad. Like it's like they really must be and they just don't want to be exposed. I just seen an interview with Vlad interviewing Amari Shumpert, and Amari Shumpert was saying the Earth is flat, and he tried to make him discredit him like he's crazy or something. You know what I'm saying? And it's like y'all ain't even listening to the band. What he's saying, even though he's just getting there and he just using his common sense, he really can't articulate it. But the way Vlad was shooting him down, it was crazy, man. It was the craziest
So
points he was trying to use. It's
let
like a
me let me
7-minute
let me
video.
ask you a question. I don't want to interrupt you. It's just a quick one. Are you telling me Vlad TV tried to go in on Lord Jamar because of the flat Earth thing?
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
he
know
referenced
that.
he
Yeah.
referenced that when he was talking to Amari Shumpert. It just came out a couple days ago. It's only 7 minutes.
Dang,
Like if
man.
you pull
I
up
need to come
Amari Shumpert,
outside
the thing
more. My
he
bad.
been. No, you good. You good, brother. You know that. But it's just so sickening to me because I'll be like, I'll be ready to let's go. Everybody that believe in the globe, even my cousins, they be like, yeah, the flat earther. And then I ask them questions like how much clouds weigh? Or this everything for your model. You don't even know it. I'm showing you, you don't even know what you believe in, bro. And you don't even want to take a listen to me now, and I'm crazy. It's ridiculous, man.
It is. It's
Vlad
very
just was
freaking
embarrassing. Like,
ridiculous.
get
Yeah.
Sanchez on your interview Sanchez,
They
Vlad. If you
not.
think you so, interview Sanchez then. Since you want to interview everybody, Sanchez ain't gonna charge you an arm and a
Right.
leg. Interview him and ask him how he feel. Why y'all don't want to do that? Why y'all keep not? Why y'all keep running from Sanchez, man? Why?
They
That's
are.
the question I want to know for 2025.
They are. Because I'm going to take it, but you know, when all of these other, and I hate to say this now, and I got to ask y'all brothers this, because we know Lord Jamar got an IMDb. And the reason I call Lord Jamar out on that, because I said something before I knew he had one, and y'all heard me say it. I said, I don't trust nobody with an IMDb because they do a lot of hit pieces. Who heard me say that?
But Sanchez, to be real now, I'm a real one. I got an IMDb, but that's only because I was in the movie. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And when
So
they
you
do that,
telling
they
me
give you
that
like a check.
okay, my bad. Let me not interrupt you.
They
You
give
finish
you
schooling.
when you in a movie, when they email you for a movie, they get your information so they can give you a check. Like you get a check, and if the movie big, you might get a check like a residual check or however you, if you got an agent or whatever, however you do it. But an IMDb is just a database for you to like say you a movie or actor to get on the scars. It's like a little union so you can get paid. But that's just what that's for. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I'm standing for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you Google my name, it'll come up for IMDb, but that's only because I played in the movie. You know what I'm saying? On the battle rapper, I was on the battle rap scene. You know what I'm saying?
So just vaguely saying anybody with one is an agent probably is doing too much. But
Yeah.
we probably can say that everybody with the IMDb who did these big flat earth films and ended up, because think about this, Bretton. How the hell you do a pre-edited, pre-orchestrated film, but you act like you're doing an experiment live on film and failing in front of everybody? Well, you didn't work the kinks out first. Who do an experiment for the first time and mess up for the world to see, as if you didn't run that experiment in your backyard 10, 20 times before you went on the news? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. If I know I'm going on CNN, Fox, and all that, oh, I'm not messing up, bro. I'm gonna run that experiment so many times that when it's time for me to do it, when the camera on, it's gonna be, I'ma shine, dog.
Now, if you do some shit, stuff like that, that'll be something funny and suspect. You see what I'm saying? That's like right now they get
Yeah.
you on the show and then you get the bump. They be like, "What?" You see what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. But them boys, whoever you know who you talk about, so and cold the ism guy, like that's suspect for sure. It's very suspect. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I just feel like I just want them to interview you. That's all I want. How
Now,
much it costs, man?
peep
All I want
game,
to do
right?
is interview you, man. Give you one shot, bro. I done message Godfrey. I done talk to my connections that I got. You know what I'm saying? I'm reaching out to them, but I'm trying my hardest because I'm sick of the how they try to discredit us and make it seem like we dumb and we don't know nothing, and we know more than y'all. Respectfully. Like,
And
for real,
remember,
like, I haven't met one person yet that even
respectfully on our side, Red, because it's disrespectfully with them though, for real.
very disrespectful, man. That's what I don't appreciate. It's very disrespectful, man.
Now, Red, let me ask you something. Anybody on the panel want to answer this? Are we all in agreement that an equation don't make something right or wrong? It's just a mathematical way to express a claim or
Sanchez, you know I used to say that to people. I used to be like, what's the mathematical equation to riding a bike?
Right.
When they ask me that, what's the equation? Well, what's the mathematical equation to getting in your car and driving it? You see what I'm saying? You get in your car and drive it every day. You don't have to have an equation for that. You just gotta learn how to drive it.
But see, you can make one for it, but but you just showing the irrelevancy of equations, because it shows you when they say we dumb that they really dumb, because they think an equation mean your answer right. They think that if you can write it out in the equation, it can't be wrong because it's an equation for it. Now that's stupid as hell. That's stupid. Hey, that's big stupid. That's big stupid.
Mass, what they say? Mass pull. What it is?
This is my equation for demons. I made my own equation for demons. You know, spiritual beings. This is the equation
I
for
see
demons.
mass at the bottom because you know mass pull other mass. So the bottom of the dark matter mass that you have for the M, that's for mass.
And mass mean in my equation for demons, I think that demons are negative energy frequencies, right? So I made me a equation on ChatGPT for my little demon theory that, let's say, if we assume that demons, you feel me? Just to show, right, you feel me? You feel me? Just to show these fools that anything I think of, I can put it in the equation, bro. Now, these same globalists will tell you demons ain't real, but energy-based entities, I can make me an equation for energy-based entities, and that's what demons is. That's all people saying demons. But see how we saying that they stupid though? Like they think they know what they talking about, man.
Sanchez, have you critiqued their video yet? The video of the 24-hour sun, have you critiqued that yet? Or examined it in any way?
I got a whole playlist series. Drop a one if you following it. It's called The Final Experiment or Freemasons Expedition. I got I got more videos that I'm editing out. These ain't lives, they're edited joints.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
The next one that I got is a Stars Inside of the Firmament documentary series.
Okay, because I when I looked at the footage, it seemed like the ground level vanishing point was moving back and forth. It wasn't stable.
Man, listen, let me tell you something. Let me holler at you on that because I like your question. I have been peeping all the flat earth channels. They've been doing an excellent job finding the bull crap. They got more flaws in these footages than NASA got. And one dude really tripped me out when he found the 90-degree angle corner in the video. You saw that one?
No, I ain't seen that one yet.
Oh, man.
I ain't had a chance to really look at it. That's why I'm asking.
Listen, I got over 1,000 people in the chat, and I know it's some flat earthers out there. Hit my email up with all of the final experiment glitches that we got, man. Because the flat earthers been on that footage. I don't even got to really do that part. Matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a compilation video of all they work on my channel. And I'm going to put the links to all of these guys' channel on that video and give them some traffic.
Yeah, because I need to go. Remember the, what was that? Where you could analyze footage and what was that? What was that program you was using back in the day to look
Photo
at the
forensics?
Yeah, I want to see it under that.
Yeah, photo forensic.
Guess what? You know what? I need to do a whole nother photo forensic show just for the final experiment for real. That's coming
Right.
up. We'll do that one before this month over.
Hey,
We'll
bro Sanchez.
do
Hey,
yeah. Yeah, you
it's
got it.
Beezy, man.
Go ahead, my brother. Welcome back.
Yeah, just want to say a shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Flat Power. You know,
Shout out.
I've been waiting for, you know, for you to start talking about flat Earth again because, like, you know, I'm always having my ears to the ground and stuff like that. And there's two things I want to say. I want to talk about the final experiment, and I want to mention the debate between Professor Dave and Lord Jamar. Like right at the beginning, when that because you know that always gonna pop up on your YouTube, right? I saw the thumbnail of the debate, and when I looked at it, because I'm always after somebody that can really get at Professor Dave. When I saw it was Lord Jamar, I'm telling you, I never clicked on that video. In my mind, I automatically felt like listen, I was not interested. I was not interested in Lord Jamar debating Professor Dave because I figured that when I looked at it, I never watched the debate. Still to this day, I never watched the debate. When I first saw it, and this is what I said to myself: Lord Jamar is not going to do us justice. I don't think this dude is fit to debate anybody.
Let me tell y'all something, bro.
Flat Earth.
Let me tell y'all something. I don't, and listen, I'm finna defend Lord Jamar. What you saying, and I want everybody to be clear. What this brother saying ain't no shot against Lord Jamar. We coming in his defense. And I think Lord Jamar would agree that, bro, I don't do this like that. Like, I got homies that's in like, he can call up Jamar Milton too. It ain't just me, it's another black guy. His name Jamar Milton. His name ain't as big as mine, like as far as flat earth go. But he know how to argue this stuff too. But check this out. The thing is, Lord Jamar, right? He that kind of guy where if he knows something, that don't mean he know how to go up there articulating it and being all nerdy. I'm gonna be honest. He's not a nerd. He's like a real street dude. And I'm saying they used that against him on that show, and it didn't come off fair. It came off like you trying to embarrass a black man and kind of like paint a stereotype, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think Professor Dave would have had to known that because remember, I was on here not too long ago talking about the debate that he had with Whitsitt, and Whitsitt destroyed him. Like this is the first time I ever saw Professor Dave had to sit there with egg on his face, even throughout all his narcissistic tactics that he used. But this is one thing I want to point out in the debate with him and Whitsitt, right? Whitsitt told him, he was like, bro, he was like, you must be some type of shell. He was like, because every time people tell me, and I even did it when I tried to pull up flat earth videos or something like that, or even my name, he said your videos come up, and Professor Dave started laughing, and he was like, oh, that's probably maybe because of geocentric stuff like that. And he was like, you lie, you will never do geocentric. And he couldn't really say nothing. Like basically he in a sense it kind of proved that you either are a shell and like the algorithm supports videos like you, like bro, like when I stumbled on flat earth, it was just one video that was popping up in my related videos, 100% proof the earth is flat. And I was like, man, I'm not dealing with that. And like it kept popping up until after the umpteenth time, I was like, okay, humor me. Let me see what it is. And from that time on is where I started paying attention and I started digging to where like when I get off of work and I wanted to research flat earth, all I had to type in was 100% proof the earth is flat, and I would get all these videos. I would get Bro Sanchez, Dubai, everything else, Dubai. And now when you type in flat earth, you get every video debunking flat earth, making fun of flat earth. Because you don't never get the flat earth videos that's explaining it.
I'm gonna be real with y'all, and y'all ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. Trump said he bringing back free speech. If Trump bring back the good old days when we can have a fast shot with the algorithm and not be censored and not be discriminated against because we got a different opinion, And Trump ought to be able to relate because he go against the grain a lot and get censored, right? So if Trump really turn it around with these companies and bring free speech back, guess what? I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm gonna ease up off of them, and I'm gonna really have my own reason now to really like Trump. And not even playing. I'm gonna really genuinely like him for that.
Well, I can vouch for not going down that road because
And I don't even do politics. But think about this though. Would it even be Trump though? It'll be
no.
Right. So, but it's
what I
just
was
like
going to say about that. No, I don't want to cut you up, but like what I was going to say about that, like I fight with a lot of people on social media about the Democrat, the left and the right stuff, right? And I always start off by saying I'm not a Trump supporter, but he ain't lying about this, or the Democrats lying about this, they lying this and that. But when I lost respect for Trump is when I was able to see him stage his own assassination attempt and him lining up with Elon Musk, right? So Trump.
Let's move. Let me do something real quick. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say, go ahead and land your plane on Trump because I got to move forward to some more flat earth arguments and all that good stuff. But man, this is awesome building with you. I ain't gonna lie though, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's just basically to say that I wouldn't I wouldn't deal with the whole idea of liking Trump for whatever reason because he'll give us whatever we need, but he's still a part of the game. That's basically it.
But I was just trying to make a point about when people say, "Man, we know they puppets and we know it's a game," but here's what I like. That's the only thing. But here's why I brought it up. I know Trump ain't gonna do that. So the whole thing is, it shows you when he say bring back freedom of speech, that mean let Trump say what he want to say and let's censor everybody else. Hello, now.
Let's
you know
follow everything. Let's follow everybody that's like the patriots, right? You got people that really love this country. Like I'm just talking about your everyday, people in society. They really love the country.
Elon showed us that. Elon said he bought Twitter because he want freedom of speech for the people. Now, if you disagree with him on there, he take your check mark away and stuff like that. You see, but that's another topic. Yeah,
and he's only able to buy them. He's only able to buy that through the government subsidized SpaceX and Tesla money.
And we seeing now the dangers of privatizing everything, just like with social media spaces. Think about this, right? In certain countries, the government controls all their social media spaces. Now, let me break some down to you. In an ideal society, you would have public websites like Facebook, YouTube. It'll be public spaces. Corporations let me holler at it a minute though. I just started. Watch this. Private corporations wouldn't control these spaces. They will be public spaces where it'll basically be an equal place for the best man to win, not just the man who they're favored by the algorithm, the corporations and all that win. So if you can think of what's happening in social media to where everyone on these private spaces and you can be censored because of it, we going into a privatized government that's going to allow them to specifically target and censor certain groups and have more ways around the Constitution and equality. And I'm falling back for that.
I was just going to remember the TV network, public broadcast network.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it should
PBS?
be like along those lines. Public broadcast network, something like that for internet.
Facts. That's
what
facts.
they did. They controlled the flat Earth since they came out, and I think the machine was doing it. It was allowing it to spread to a certain point. It had it all planned. Planned out. Let it spread to a certain point, and then shut it down because a certain amount of people have to know the truth about everything at all times on the Earth. A small percentage have to know, but that's it. No more than that percentage. So that's what they did. They allowed the percentage to know that the Earth is flat, and then they shut it down so that the masses will never know. Now they got it all censored. The masses will never get it because they'll never allow it. They never will.
Kind of the way they do politics, with the only letting you have the red and the blue, But if people saw
Now,
what was available on the green, they would have took it.
now let's get off of politics and get back to the title real quick. And Marlon, man, you can have our own show about the green. Just hit me up. We're gonna make that happen.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to see what you're talking about that, because you hardly ever hear about the Green Party. And for the people
That's
listening,
by design. Yeah.
yeah, and to the people listening, my brother Marlon Wayne's this brother, smart brother, man, and he got some political knowledge that he gonna give y'all about the Green Party, because you know the Demis and the Republicans got a monopoly on it. They don't want us to know about any other options. So this brother, asset to the community, trust me. Me and him got something coming for y'all. You hearing it right now.
Yeah, I wanted,
Yeah, man. That's what's up.
I want to see if I could say something about the final experiment real quick. Just, I got a new respect for David Weiss, because he stepped away from the whole Jaredism thing. He saw that it was fake, and I appreciate that in him. And you guys got to check out the new videos on Mark Sargent's channel by Martin Leeds, because he convinced me, man. Him and David Weiss showed me the kind of laser technology that they got. They could easily fake a sun, man. They could do that.
Heck yeah.
No problem. So
Hey, let me comment on David Weiss right quick. That's Flat Earth Dave, right? Flat Earth Dave, I just found out recently that he's a long-time Mason.
One thing, I'm so sorry. Let me give a shout out to Tracy K. Tracy, I saw you and I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Go ahead, brother. Appreciate that.
Oh, hey, while you on that, can you put the Cash App nickname up there on the screen somewhere?
I appreciate that. It's $ Bro Sanchez TV. I'm a pin it, and I'll put the call sign out for people. Now, guys, I do got a treat for everybody on the panel, and appreciate that, brother, in advance, and to everyone else who hitting the Cash App. Let me drop a bomb for y'all too, because people have different ways they send theirs. Appreciation in, and I really don't take y'all support for granted, no matter how much it is, even if it's $2. I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't really have to do it. But let me say this real quick, man. We finna really get deep now on this Sunday night, man. I'm finna turn it up. Now, who remember when I reviewed this reaction of Lord Jamar, Professor Dave? And remember when Professor Dave told Lord Jamar that the crepuscular rays are the same thing as the train track vanishing point? Who remember that part?
I do.
Okay. I remember that.
We got to go back now, Brenda. And first of all, Brenda, welcome back. Thank you for being back. I'm gonna start with good energy, because somebody told me you treat others how you want to be treated, and maybe you'll get the energy you give. So welcome and thank you for being here. Now check this out to my chat room, though. But I still got to say this, Brenda. I gotta run this by my panel in the chat room. Guys, do we want, and Brenda, do not take this no offensive way or all that. Guys, do we want to debate Brenda tonight? And the reason I let Brenda on, because no other globalist would click the link. So
I'm not here so much to debate you. I thought I'd give you some news.
Okay, let's hear the news.
Do you know who Fight the Flat Earth is?
Oh man,
you know who he is.
Yeah,
it's news about.
I know who.
That's the guy that continues to be destroyed on this channel.
Right.
He changed his channel name.
What is his name?
He's rebranded himself as Craig McNeil, Fight the Flat Earth. He is not going to focus exclusively on Flat Earth anymore.
No,
I thought you would actually appreciate that.
Well,
I think the reason for that is that a lot of Globearthers are being called out on wasting a whole lot of time and energy in their lives debating how you want to say it, retarded flat earthers. Like, why is it so important to debunk flat earth if it's just retarded? So I think that's kind of like the save face. It's a lot of people that is going to tell it. No,
I
no,
don't
no.
think
Listen to
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
flat earthers are retarded. I don't think
No,
that.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. He is one of them that think flat earthers are retarded, right? He thinks
Oh.
the whole idea of flat earth is ridiculous. So
Oh.
why do you have a channel? So why do you have a channel? Why do you spend all hours of your life
Well,
trying to debate something that is
You answering
obviously
your own
ridiculous?
question, brother.
well, you'd have to ask him. You'd
You
have to
answering
ask
your
him.
own question. You saying it in the same sense.
You'd have
Everything
to
you
ask.
No,
saying,
no.
you answering it. It's
Dude,
rhetorical at this point.
You
yeah, you'd
saying
have
I'm
to.
answering this question? You saying I'm answering this question?
I'm
Yeah.
saying that you'd have to ask. You'd have to ask Craig why he debates flat earthers. But the reason
No,
he's
no, I think you're not understanding what I'm saying though. What you saying is that it's funny that he changed this. It's funny that he changed his
I
channel and
haven't
now he
told you
has this new
why. I haven't
stance.
told you why yet. You haven't stopped talking enough to let me tell you why.
No, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why is because the final experiment has completely destroyed flat Earth. It's nothing
See,
anymore,
let
right?
me say
It's
something real quick.
irrelevant.
And you're wrong.
Hold on. I knew it was gonna turn into some kind of troll thing. Now, only a person like Brenda would think that the final experiment destroyed flat Earth, no different than the people that back in the day they thought the moon missions destroyed the flat Earth concept. But see, these are all things that a person got to say, watch this video. If this happened, that means that's wrong, and that's just not true. Let's say that the final experiment ain't faked and everything
Jaron
real.
explained it to you, bro.
I don't care what Jaron. You think that man my daddy, don't you? I got a mind of my own. And if
I
you
don't think he's your daddy. I think that he schooled you.
No, well, good thing you get to think what you want to think, and I get to think what I want to think. Now, right now, I'm telling you what I think, and you got to respect my mind like I respect yours. So we all heard what Jaron think. I talked to him directly my own self, so nobody know like me what he thinks. Now you need to see what I think about it. Now that you on my show, right? And here's what I think about it: it's a nothing burger, and that what happens in the sky can't change measurements of what we proved on the ground. So listen, I want you to listen to this real quick, Brenda, because you got ears. Open them up. I'm about to play something for you. Everybody buckle up. Just play it real quick. Run that beam footage. Run it on, Bob. Here we go. Y'all can't hear. Hold on, y'all can't hear that.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay. Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile long, but let's just say there's 25,000 Home Depots, end to end to end to end to end to end to end. Where would we put a level in that Home Depot that would not show level? It wouldn't. It would show level every single Home Depot. They're all level. Now, if you said, but Jaron, those are all in a sphere, does that change anything? Nope. The level is level is level everywhere on that sphere.
Now, let me ask you a question, Brenda. Do you agree that we live inside of a Home Depot that's on top of a sphere?
That was just an example.
Listen. See, this is
You know,
what
if
I'm
you
talking
ask me a
about
question,
right
let me respond to you, dude.
Check this
Why
out,
did you,
right? I got.
Why did you mute me as soon as I tried to respond? You asked me a question.
I want to reiterate the question for you answer it because I don't want to leave no room for you to dance, right? Now check this out. He said, think about a Home Depot that's on top of a sphere. Everywhere you measure inside the Home Depot will be flat, but it still will be spherical outside of that. What part of that that we both get? We both understand that very clearly. Do you agree with that, though?
I think it's a clumsy metaphor, but he's basically correct. Up and down, horizontal. Gravity determines where a vertical is, and flat and horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. So you can have a vertical at the North Pole and one at the equator, and the one at the equator can be 90 degrees to the vertical at the North Pole, but they're still flat and level.
Okay, so check this out, y'all. This is what I mean about just silliness, man. Because I'm going to show you why it's silliness, right? Watch this. Listen to this.
I've measured it flat.
In other words, Jaron said he did experiments to measure that the earth flat. If I live on a ball, I should measure a ball. But see, what they're saying is that you can be on a ball, but measure it flat everywhere. But they'll tell you you can measure the curvature. But every time you turn around,
I've measured it flat. I've measured
Hey
it flat.
Sanchez, that's like a
now,
big disco ball.
like, but
Hey,
my
Jared.
whole thing is it's all bull crap because either we're gonna go with what we measured, like if the numbers don't lie, and the numbers saying what?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
I'm gonna go with what you measured it as. Versus
Jaron measured it.
Hold on. I'm talking now. You interrupted me now. We're gonna do it respectfully. I got it right here. He measured it flat. And that's why he was a flat
wrong.
earther.
He
So
measured
check
it
this
curved
out. Okay. I know what he measured it. I got the
He measured
videos and
curve
all that.
twice.
So we finna see. We gonna let the chat room determine your fate. And people saying ditch
Jaron
Brenda,
measured
right?
the earth.
So yeah, we gonna just ditch Brenda.
He measured it curved
once
twice.
we get to 100 votes, we gonna ditch you. Put your votes in.
Yeah, that's the way.
Put your
Real.
votes in. No, bro, because you gotta lie
That's
to
the real
win.
truth.
You gotta lie to win.
Gotta do
You
this,
got
right?
to
This is
lie to win. Get up out of here. You gotta lie to win.
Yeah,
The man said, like the man said, he measured it flat. Listen,
There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
like my whole thing is, he said when he measured it flat, there is no curvature on Earth. So somebody telling me he measured a curve. Well, why would he say
there is no curvature on Earth? There is no curvature on Earth.
I've measured it flat.
And I got the videos. The only thing that made Jaron change his mind was the 24-hour sun. Other than that, he was a flat earther based on the fact that
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay.
And don't nobody know like me. How Brenda think he know more than me? Like, come on, man. I don't
It's
got
like
to go
it's like
over
it's like a
how
dude.
like,
It's
yeah,
like
go
a
ahead.
dude admitting to stealing something, and his mama still saying, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't steal it," and he already admitted to stealing it, but she's still telling him he didn't. Like that's what he doing. Jaron said the earth was flat.
But look, and if that's how you got to try to win a debate, it's a waste of time at that point. Because a good debate requires just a little bit of honesty. You can say, well, yeah, he measured it flat, but that don't mean the earth flat. We live, and you can make your argument. Look, we live on a big sphere, and yeah, you're gonna measure it flat, and we can go down that road. But to say no, he measured a curve when everyone in the flat earth community know that.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
And the only thing that made Jaron go against his measurements was the 24-hour sun. And I was like, bro, that's crazy because what you observing in the sky will never change the measurements.
Nope.
I'm on the stance that the whole flat the whole final experiment has been debunked. I just think maybe I don't know if we know it yet, or maybe I missed it where you probably said it on your channel. And it was when you was actually playing that video where they were showing the time lapse video, the one with Eric Dubé. You remember that video, bro, Sanchez? The video with Eric Dubé that you was playing on your channel about a couple weeks ago, I think it was, or about a month ago. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, bro, Sanchez must be on mute.
Yeah, he might be on mute.
But the brother brought. Well, I'm gonna wait to see if Bro Sanchez want to say something. I don't know. I can't hear him if he's saying
The
anything.
flat Home Depots, man, that's like a giant disco ball, you know, just a whole bunch of flat spaces, you know, and we can't never see the curve, but we all on one of them little flat spaces.
It's just crazy how flat earthers maintain the same premise and globers are just all over the place. And I just think they need censorship and um like they need people like Professor Dave to get on that. Like his whole debate um stance is basically just narcissism and name calling. And I guess he figured because when people come to a debate, you have people that's going to believe one side, you're going to have people that's going to believe the other side, and you're going to have people that's on the fence that really don't know what to believe or where to go. These people are the ones that they're targeting, and they figure as soon as they hear people say that's stupid to believe in flat earth, then that's going to be a person that's going to get off the fence and go to the globe side. Like I feel that they figure as long as they have an argument, then the whole globe thing's still gonna stand. But the
Right, but
arguments a lot of
they're not.
times it's a waste of time because they really are not proving any points.
Well, like Sanchez says, their whole proof is an astronomical observation, not a measurement. Like if they flying out of the atmosphere, why don't we get continuous footage? I haven't seen continuous footage yet from the
Exactly.
ground to the park or the platform to the city to a state to a continent to a globe. Just continuous footage. One rocket just for that purpose. Just launch one rocket for that purpose. That would convince me.
I mean, there's so many things that would convince us. It's crazy. It's like if we really live on a spinning ball, that shouldn't be that hard to prove. With all the technology that we got, that
But
shouldn't
that's
be
what
that
I'm
hard to
saying.
prove.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just one rocket with nothing but cameras on it, looking back.
Right. And the 24-hour
Continuous
sun,
footage.
just like we were saying, we was talking about that the other day, the 24-hour sun, how we was wondering why there was no footage of it. And then when they finally gave us footage,
It
it
took too
proved to be
long.
fake. It proved to
Yeah,
be fake. Before, I'm
yeah.
not talking about the experiment, I'm talking about the video that we was
Right,
able to go and see on
right.
YouTube that we proved to be fake. Now, what I heard was that when what's the pastor name? Duffy?
Duffy. Yeah.
When the flat earthers finally got to Antarctica, Duffy actually handed Whitsitt a video showing him that there was a video of a 24-hour sun that was made by a guy who basically specialized his whole career is putting together videos for like
I heard about it. Yeah.
yeah, you heard about that. So you gonna hand in the video when they get there when basically you could have put the video up long time ago, right? So that's something in itself. But
Yeah.
what I wanted to mention when the brother brought up Flat Earth Dave, and I mentioned that Flat Earth Dave that I found out recently that Flat Earth Dave was a long time Freemason who had a podcast with somebody that seemed to have been scraped off the internet. You can't find it at all. Right now, Flat Earth Dave was one of the first ones to support. He was supposed to go on the trip. He chose not to. Right. So if you're gonna take flat, huh?
Oh no, I was just saying that's interesting.
Yeah, he chose. He
Yeah.
was the one that decided not to go. And when you look at it, it seems like if they were taking people, even flat earthers, on that trip to deceive the people, that the flat earthers would have had to been in on it, right? So when
Definitely
Flat
a
Earth
false
Dave,
dichotomy form of deception. Yeah.
yeah. So when Flat Earth Dave, um, he was on Mark Sargent. Somebody else mentioned Mark Sargent, which is a long time rumored shield in the flat earth community, right? So my
Wait, did you
problem
say
with
he
flat
has
earth,
to be? He has to be. Did they have to take flat earthers and they have to be in on it? Did you say that? Because that's not necessarily
Yeah,
true.
you
They
got.
might.
Listen, let me tell you what. Let me tell. Let me
you
tell.
say it's not
Hold on,
true,
hold on,
but
hold on, hold
there's
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me
go
get a
ahead,
little
go
quick
ahead, bro.
interjection, real quick. The way that the way that this whole thing worked is that they presented this as the world's most powerful, popular flat earther. I saw articles that said like the most respected flat earther, and I saw ones that said a flat earth leader, right? And so in order for them to destroy a movement, and you can't kill each individual because that'll take too long, then you got to have a face of that movement that you implanted from the inside. You got to put your people in The moment they saw the flat earth thing going, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they started it just to end it. Just to say, look, we gonna be the control opposition of it on some Black Lives Matter type stuff, but only with flat earth. Like, we know black people is gonna create street groups to protest the government. Why don't we do it before them and we can control those groups? So that's the same thing with like flat earth. We know some people gonna wake up. You got pilots that know about it. We know some of these Masons gonna spill the beans to family members. You know that it's gonna kind of get out there in small groups, and we don't want them small groups to ever get big. So how do we secure that that never happen? We make them small groups. Let's just us make them groups. And so all of the first flat earth movements and groups, in my opinion, is all government created just for the sake of discrediting it in the end.
Yeah, and the best ones don't know that they've been MK Ultra, they're agents, they don't even know it. The best ones, but I'm saying that he said that they had to know about it. But they might not have. They don't necessarily have to have known.
When I said that, I was actually going somewhere with my spiel. So, if I can finish, you will understand why I say that, right? Because, it was actually Flat Earth Dave that was on Sarge's channel.
Yeah,
And he was
finish your
talking
spiel. You
about
got it. My bad.
So what happened was Flat Earth Dave, this is when he brought out the whole idea of them using lasers, right? So he mentioned that he was supposed to go. He decided that he didn't want to go. And the thing that caught me, because a lot of times you got to listen to what people say, you know. So what caught me is when he said the fakery was the lasers to kind of like depict a 24-hour sun. And he is saying that I don't think Jaren and Witsit was in on it. So basically saying that Jared and Witsit went over there and got fooled by a fake 24-hour sun. And you know, so I'm saying when I first heard about the experiment, in order for me to pay attention to it, I had to see who was gone, right? So when I heard Witsit was gone, because Witsit portray himself as a stand-up guy, integrity and all that, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Witsit won't lie. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing that made me pay attention to it. But bro, you showed the video. You remember when you showed the video with Eric Dubé, right?
Yeah.
And I mentioned something about the video, wondering if this was like altered in some type of way. Can you tell me the name of the video and who published the video? Because either I missed something when you showed it, or we all missed something.
I'm trying to see what video you're talking about.
Is the video with Eric Dubé's voice talking about the final experiment?
But he made a couple of them on it though.
Okay, there's one that what it says. There's a video that Eric Dubé has talking about the fake final experiment, something to that extent. And in the video at 6:11, around 6:11, I did a timestamp. He is showing how they was in a studio, and he showed the chroma key taking the background out and the mountains disappear. Now, I lose respect for Witsit, because when Witsit was on his live stream, he was talking about how the mountains seem so close. Yeah, I know y'all might see how the mountains seem close, but it's really far away. These dudes was in a studio. And if they was really in a studio, that means Jaren, Witsit, and Flat Earth Dave all was in on it.
Oh, that was what I was talking about when I was looking at the.
They was in a studio, bro, and Dubé pointed it out. Dubé smashed it. He smashed the experiment, dog. That's what I've been waiting for you to come and talk about, Flat Earth, so I could say this, because I remember when you had the video up there and I mentioned the Dubé video, and I'm like, wait a minute, is that really Dubé's video? Because when I watched Dubé video, he basically exposed it, but I think he was ending the channel, so I didn't really get a chance to go through my spill. But
it's all good, yeah.
It was good because I was able to watch Flat Earth Dave.
Right. Let me grab the mic though, real quick. Cool. You was able to watch Flat Earth Dave, and he went in and all that. Cool. Yeah, I gotta eventually grab the mic at some point though. We gotta share the mic, but I appreciate you, Beezy. You bringing in a lot of good information as well. I just wanted to it was a lot of most stuff I wanted to talk about. You know what I'm saying? And it was concerning making arguments about the sun. You know what I'm saying? Forget the final experiment. Once we say it's fake, cool. Now, let's prove to the new globe earthers that say flat earthers are retarded why we're not, though. Right? I still want to prove that we're on a flat earth and that the sun is close, all right? And appreciate everything else to disprove the final experiment. Like I said, I got a series on that. The final experiment or Freemasons expedition. We know it's fake, it's staged, hit piece people. It happened before to us. It just happened on a bigger scale this time. But I think that the best thing that flat earthers can do while the world's eyes are on us thinking that we're so stupid is to use it to go back to teaching how it's flat. Act like we never proved that the earth was flat to the world because we're in a great reset. You got to reteach all your teachings. Now, people that's been following me, they going to say Sanchez just starting his whole channel over, teaching everything over, because it's a whole new fresh wave of traffic of young people and everything coming in right now. Facts. And that whole era of the old flat earth, that's buried already. Nobody even remember that existed. You got to keep redoing this thing. So we got the truth, so that ain't gonna never change. You just gotta keep repeating it every so often and resetting when they reset. And like when your enemy reload his gun, guess what? That's a good chance for you to do. Reload your gun, right or wrong. So everybody else, they channels dying, but I can show you my analytics now. I'm eating like the flat earth community was kind of eating back. Well, now let me quit lying. We was getting millions of views then. But no, my channel doing good, man. Look at how many people in here now. I'm just saying, like, and they're in here because they want to know why the sun got clouds in front of it and behind it. This get boring to us because we flattered. We know it all, remember? Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Flat power, the earth is flat. If people really use their eyes, thanks for what you do, bro. You know, other people can do this too. If they take the advice I'm giving them right now as far as how to move in these times. Shout out to Adam McMahon. Flat power to you too. Appreciate y'all support. Real talk. So this I put the screenshot up. Let's go back to it. Go back to that, man. So I got a palette. Man, where is that? Did I close it? Well, anyway, I might have closed it. No, here you go. Here you go. Now listen, I want y'all to look at this right here. Look at this footage, and I'm gonna make some points. When you're flying over a city as a pilot, this is what you see. And why this is important is because ice can't form a spear. It'll crack. Think about this right now. We got the salt flats and all that. This one big ice sheet beneath this plane. It ain't cracking or nothing, but what I really want to point out is these little lines that you see, those are highways and roads. Why am I pointing that out? If you're standing down one of those roads with a globe head on the ground, when the car vanished on the horizon line, they're gonna say it went over the curb. But a pilot from up here knows that's BS. Think of this line right here now. This a couple of miles we looking at from the sky. Can you imagine a car on the ground traveling this road right here where my mouse is at? If you're standing right here on this road and a car take off, that car gonna vanish probably about right here somewhere. It's gone right there. This a couple miles. And a person to say, well, the car went over the curve. Bro, check this out right here. This is 4 miles right here, according to this little graph. So my whole thing is, this is, if I'm looking at this right, I'm going to guesstimate that we looking at least from here to what, look at my mouse, from here to down. Well, let's start right here because we don't want to go to the curve from here to here. How many miles y'all think that is? Give me a number.
Do it again.
Your
From right
mouse is
here
going
where
off
my,
the screen though at the bottom.
oh
When you
yeah,
go,
because yeah. Let me find another one in. Okay, let's just say, let's find another road that's more in the middle of the screen. Because this is a good observation here. This is fire right here, because look, can y'all see all of these lines going all the way up here and these little cracks in the ice?
Yeah, that's
Those
better.
are roads. Them roads right there. Y'all see that?
mm-hmm.
These roads. Now, my thing is, let's find a long one. All right, let's say this one right here. Can everybody see this one where my mouse going?
Yeah.
It's kind of zigzagging. Is that the road zigzagging behind the
Yeah,
wing?
these little crack. Let me see if I can zoom in. I can't, but I don't know. Let me see. I can't find a better view than this, but these little veins and little cracks are roads. The only thing I'm pointing out is when we say it's vanishing point and not a curve, you got to think of it from this perspective. Look at where this pilot at. So a dude arguing about the shape of the earth on the ground will see a car vanish in a distance and say, well, look, it just went over the curve. Now, all of these streets are converging to a point, lines of convergence. Why am I bringing that up? I wanted to go back to the Professor Dave, Lord Jamar arguments. Don't y'all remember when Professor Dave said that the railroad tracks are doing what the sunlight is doing with the crepuscular rays?
Yep.
Now, don't y'all know that's a nail in the coffin for the globe? Because when we try to teach them that it ain't curvature, it's vanishing point, they play dumb. But yet Professor Dave tried to use vanishing point for crepuscular rays. We can't let them off the hook with that, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, that's too opposite.
Dagger.
It's a dagger though, when you really think about it. Because look, we've been telling them these lines ain't really meeting, man. It ain't really touching it up there. It ain't curvature, because like when we say it's vanishing point, lines of convergence, we're saying it's just an illusion. These two railroad tracks will never touch each other in the distance. And they play dumb. But when we bring up this right here, watch this. When we bring up this right here, this is finna blow it out the water. They say, well, look, let's pull this up. Hold up. I'm typing too fast. So when we pull this up, they say, you know what? Those light rays will never meet up and touch where the sun at. Because flat earthers are saying, man, this proved that the sun is close. Because these lines are all gonna converge at a point, and that point is where the sun is, which is the creator of these light rays. Now,
yeah, that angle.
Let me do something real quick, man. So now when we
Okay.
looking at images like this, we tell them, look, those railroad tracks ain't gonna converge at a point. They play dumb. But yet they try to use our same argument to prove that these lines ain't gonna converge at a point. But what I wanted to do was explain why you can't use what's called light propagation with vanishing point. These are two different things. This is why I said, let me get the flow for 1 minute. Professor Dave, full of crap, he's a fake professor. Check this out, right? People are letting Professor Dave get away with murder, y'all. They dragged me in my comment section and was putting this man on a pedestal, just like they did with Jamar. And this man compared vanishing point to light propagation. That is straight up retarded.
Oh my God!
And we let him off the hook with that. And I think y'all on the panel still kind of slyway letting them. I don't even think y'all know how deep of a dagger this is. Because watch this, right? Even ChatGPT know how deep of a dagger this is. Look, it's telling you the difference between the two. The difference between light rays triangulating back to the source and railroad tracks appearing to triangulate in a distance due to vanishing point lies in their nature and cause. Let's read it. Can I get a volunteer reader? Am I asking too much? I'm too crunk for real. I need a. Let me just say this. Let's start. Go ahead, appreciate it. Let's read this real quick, and then we finna debunk Professor Dave.
You want me to read it? But it's real small. I can barely see it.
I'll read it. This is an actual physical.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I'll scroll it.
The difference between light rays triangulating back to the light source and railroad tracks appearing to triangulate in the distance due to the vanishing point lies in the nature and cause. This says light rays triangulating back to the light source. Nature. This is an actual physical phenomenon where light rays emanate from a source like the sun and appear to spread as they travel. If you trace these rays backwards, they seem to converge at a single point, which is the light source.
Stop right there. Oh, stop right there. Now, you just heard ChatGPT say, when you dealing with light rays converge back to the source of the light. How can a light rays shine beyond the thing that created them? That's common sense, and ChatGPT even know that. So look at this. What ChatGPT saying, flat earthers are basically right. If you trace these lines back to where they coming from, it'll lead you to the sun, which means the sun ain't far according to geometry. Let me show you an ancient Egyptian symbol. I'm gonna let y'all finish reading this. We finna pick this apart thoroughly. I said, man, I can't let them off the hook for this. Look, the Egyptians gave us Nut and Gab. They knew the sun was close. Check this out. That's what they showing right there, another form of this. If you trace that back, you're going to go to the sun and not nothing else. Let me show you another way to look at it. Local lighting. Flat earthers are saying the sun is a local light. Now look at local lighting. Let me see something. I'm just putting in something real quick. It'll pull it up for me. So check this out, right? With local, I know what I need to put in. I just want to make a quick example that I make all the time to make this joint real simple for people, right? With local lighting, you will have this triangulation. It's going to lead back to the source of the light. It's very simple how I like to keep it. The sunlight is triangulating based upon you have a source of light emitting light rays over a large area, illuminating that area. And it's doing it in a local area, which is why you got sunspots right there on the ocean. So this is different than railroad tracks because this ain't a light source. We know that these two lines will never meet up where the train is at, because they're saying that because that would be the event on a horizon where all of the lines are converging at. In this case, it would be the train, and the train is like the sun, right? So if the sun is emitting light rays, when a globalist say that the train disappeared over the curve in the distance, we're saying no, it didn't. We can't see forever. And because we can't see forever, there's a point where everything vanishes on the horizon. That's called vanishing point. And I'm going to keep teaching this till I'm blue in the face, being redundant. Here is what vanishing point basically is right here. The horizon is always horizontal. It's never curving. So the car ain't going over a curve on a y-axis if we can't account for that same curvature on the x-axis. We got to keep that in mind too. That's another one we let off the hook. But he proved that he know about vanishing point, because when we say that these sun rays shouldn't exist, he says that, well, technically, what Professor Dave was saying is that if you trace these rays back, they ain't gonna lead you to the sun. It's gonna be like the railroad track. You'll never make it to anything. It's appearing like they triangulating. But you can't use that with light, though. You totally can't use them with light. I'm talking too long. My bad. Let me get back to Chat GPT. I'm tripping. All right, so let's go with cause. It say the cause when you're dealing with light sources. The convergence is due to the fact that all rays are emanating from the same point and traveling outward in straight lines. This is a real optical behavior based on the geometry of light and propagation. Y'all read that again. It's a real optical behavior, not a fake one. But the railroad track is a fake one. Those railroad tracks will never touch each other because there's a fake optical illusion based upon vanishing point. You see how I just debunked this white professor? But people gonna still get in the comment section at the end of this, and because white is right. And I'm making common sense points. Look, you can't see forever on a plane. Things gonna vanish in the distance. Lines will converge to a point based upon looking out over extended plane. That ain't curvature, that's convergence. But those lines aren't literally gonna connect and meet each other. It's an optical illusion. Unlike light propagation. Light propagation is a real optical behavior. You see how deceptive Professor Dave is? How is he a professor? He should know you can't compare crepuscular rays to vanishing point and lines of convergence. Come on, man. Somebody talk about it, brother. This is crazy.
He's not a professor. First of all.
He can't get off the hook with that one, man. He can't get off the hook with, bro, that is so idiotic. Because when you dealing with light, that is different than railroad tracks. When you dealing with the geometry of light and light propagation, all light rays go back to a real source that created them, unlike railroad tracks. I can't stop saying that, bro, because it's just so silly.
If you look at those angles right there, though.
The Freemasons put that on their seal. It's on like the dollar bill, isn't it? The sun with the eye up there, and then the light rays. That's how important. It's a flat Earth. It's a flat Earth proof. Mm-hmm. They got the dome, and they'll have an arch above it, which symbolizes the dome. So they're all.
Here go another form of what you talking about, Sacred, right here with the G right there. See, and even if you look at the sun right here in the clouds, right here, how they got the sun in the clouds, you can see the rays going to one point. You see how the sun is hidden in the clouds, but all of the rays is tracing back to the source of light. Now let's go back to our image over here and compare that to the Masonic claim. Look at here. The sun is hidden in the clouds, and all of the rays of light trace back to the real sun. You can see that on George Washington Masonic. Y'all see this right here?
Yeah, because the angles is too steep for it to be 93 million miles away.
Right. They climaxing too quick. These lines are meeting together. And you know what's so crazy about this? The closer that the light rays get to each other, the brighter the light get, because you getting closer to the source. See how simple this is? It's just like a flashlight. That when you cut the flashlight, when you cut that flashlight on, right? Those light rays are gonna get brighter the closer you get to the source. Look at this image right here. Look at when the triangle get wider, the light get dimmer. But the closer we get and the circle start to tighten up and all them rays get closer, it start to get real bright because it's climaxing at a real tangible source. It's not an optical illusion like railroad tracks, Professor. You can't fool us. You can't fool us like the rest of them, because look at this image. Ain't it's getting brighter and brighter? And they climaxing at a, right, thank you. And it's climaxing at a real source, and the sun is right there in the atmosphere, and we gonna talk about it. Here go more proof that the sun is where we see it at, right here. Right here. That triangle is steep for a reason, and all of us know geometry, and they don't, y'all. We all know geometry, but they don't. They think you're going to trace that steep pyramid back to 93 million miles away.
You got the sun setting in the clouds and the corpuscular rays coming out of the clouds.
Come on. And I showed them earlier the sun below the horizon line. Let me go back to that one. We finna blow it out the water. Make sure y'all share this, man.
You know what else is crazy? The anti-corpuscular rays, huh? They converge on the other side too, and they do the same thing, but they're, because it goes so far away that they converge on the other horizon as well. Have you seen those? That's just crazy.
It's kind of like what that lamp's doing right here, though. I think you talking about kind of something like this, but it's,
Yeah, something like that. But it's like they go over your head, and they go so far into the distance that they converge on the other horizon too, because they go far away.
Hot spots.
Them hot spots
it's like they're called anti-corpuscular rays. Look them up. It's a trippy phenomenon that happens.
Now listen. Another argument that they was tripping about. They was saying like about the bubble argument, because they thinking like we don't know, right? We don't know about gravity. Basically, is what they saying. So I want to talk about it. Isn't it true that globe earthers teach the reason that the bubbles don't get pulled under the water is because gravity don't pull at objects with lesser mass like it does with objects of greater mass? Don't I know what I'm talking about gravity? I mean, I went to school too. Ain't that how it worked, y'all?
Yes, sir.
And when we ask them how come the bubbles don't get put to the bottom, that's what they tell us, and I agree. Gravity ain't gonna mess with them bubbles because they too light, and they say it's because gases are lighter than solids. Like if we drop a rock in the water, it'll sink to the bottom. They say because gravity pulling the rock down, it affect objects of greater mass more than objects of lesser mass, so solid objects would be affected more than gaseous objects. And this is all based upon weight, basically, mass, weight, and all of that, meaning that basically the more something weighs, the more gravity gonna pull on it. So if you ask a globalist, why don't gravity pull that big old Navy cargo ship under the water as heavy as it is? They'll tell you because it's full of a light gas, and gravity gonna let that heavy ship float on top of the water just simply because it got this light gas in it, and gravity ain't gonna affect that. And that's gonna, you see what's going on, everyone? So, and they act like I don't know what's being taught. I'm articulating that I understand how gravity works. I'm showing you where gravity falls apart at, though. Because they say that gravity don't affect gases like it affects solids. But check this out, though. The clouds weigh millions of pounds. These are facts. Everybody agree on that, right?
1 million pounds. That shit don't make no sense. A million pound cloud.
Right. They act like gases can't have huge, ridiculous weights. See, in other words, when they say, well, gravity don't pull on gases like that, like it do on solids, that they will say that to make their argument. Then I will say, okay, if something simply has to be heavy for gravity to pull it down and light for gravity to let it go, what about heavy clouds? You can't use, well, they are gases are light. Well, these gases of masses of gases just happen to weigh millions of pounds. So gravity should pull these clouds down to the earth. These are facts. So think about this. Gravity will pull an apple out of a tree because the apple is heavy. But gravity ain't gonna pull this heavy ass cloud down, dog. It ain't gonna fall. An airplane will fall out the sky because y'all say that the airplane has great mass, it's heavy, so the earth gonna pull it down. What about these massive clouds that weigh millions of pounds? They just hovering. Dog, let me tell you something that weigh millions of pounds. A SUV, a car. Can you imagine something like that just sitting up there, boom, just chilling? And you would say anything else that fall around the cloud, that's because of gravity, and that's a massive object. And the earth mass is greater than the airplane mass, so it's going to fall out the sky and the earth going to pull it down, gravity, boom. All right, well, don't you know that the cloud is more massive than the airplane, but the cloud ain't more massive than the earth? So technically, by your same logic, the earth shouldn't be letting no cloud just hover up there. And you know that I'm telling the truth, because a cloud ain't nothing but gas, the same gas that the bubble is. So they telling me that the bubble, the gravity let the bubble go because it's gas. But think about it. You got gas in the sky right now called a cloud. And by your same logic, the rock fell down to the bottom of the ocean because it's solid. It has more weight. This is how you look at gravity. Gravity pull on things that weigh the most. And the lighter things, gravity don't mess with them like that. Now that's a convenient argument to get around density. You see, because with density, if a rock is in a medium like water, then the rock is heavier than the water, so it falls. But the bubble is lighter than the water, so it rises. But see, I don't have a force that fell. That, think about, you got this selective force that just picks on heavy things. That's mighty convenient, because with the law of density, heavy things will fall toward the earth. But here's how you pick apart gravity. If you look in Newton's theory, let's go back to the apple on a tree. The apple is heavier than the air around it. That's density. Ain't nothing pulling on it. It's just falling through a medium. No force is pulling or pushing on it. And how I'm proving that is that in order for you to come with a force that pushes and pulls on objects, it got to be rules to govern what it pushes and pulls on. And according to globalists, it like to pick on heavy stuff. I'm saying why it ain't picking on that heavy ass cloud. Let's sum up gravity in a nutshell. Gravity picks on heavy stuff the most.
Gravity got a conscience.
Right. And see, I can answer the question, but the gravity people can't. They got two forces playing tug of war. And when gravity failed, they say buoyant force won. So the buoyant force pulling the bubble up. And I'm saying, how is buoyant force winning over the force of gravity? Well, that's this tug of war game. And basically buoyant force, buoyant force is the opposite of gravity, basically, to where they saying buoyant force basically affects lighter things the most. And gravity, the force of gravity affects heavier things the most. And so when a bubble rises, buoyant force pulled it up. And when a rock fall, gravity, the force of gravity pulled it down.
I guess
That
you could
don't
say
make no
that
sense.
the cloud is like the opposite of the bubble, because as it coalesces and liquefies, then it falls.
No, the cloud ain't the opposite of the bubble. It's the identical of the bubble. And when what happens is when the gas becomes a liquid, it's no longer a cloud. It's a water droplet. It
Right.
it transforms. So in its gaseous form, it can still weigh millions of pounds. Don't miss that part. You see what I'm saying?
Mm. Yeah,
So
yeah. No, I'm not. I'm
if
not
we
that. It's
dealing
just
with
that.
so if we dealing with what they teach about gravity, which is it affect objects of greater mass, it basically affect heavier objects the most. They forget that clouds weigh a lot. Just because they're gas don't mean gases can't weigh millions of pounds. And then they will have a contradiction in their theory of gravity if you're saying these heavy objects fall to the earth because of their weight, right? What about a cloud? And see, the only thing that can explain that is the ether, is that the atmosphere is separated in layers. And I said this the last time, they looked at me crazy. Clouds are more like soap suds in the bathtub. And you up under the bath water right now, looking up at the soap suds on the top of your bath water. And they can't fall beneath that medium. Let's pull up soap suds again. You got to give people visuals. You see what I'm saying? So, and can't nobody argue with this, brother, because if you're up under this water, the bottom of all those soap suds will be flat. And the top of them will be puffy. And that's what we see with the clouds. How they gonna ignore us forever, man? Well, our observations match reality and theirs contradict themselves when you point out these little flaws in it. I'm showing people why the clouds won't fall to the earth, and it ain't got nothing to do with no gravity and buoyancy. But they'll still choose the fake professor. That's what I meant by the whole racism thing. Because a form of white supremacy is when they say you denying science, that's saying you arguing with the white man. Yes, I am. Just like I told him Columbus ain't discover America. Just like I told him that black people don't come from Australopithecus. That's racism. You got to learn to argue with science because the people that govern science are racist. And it's been proven. That and these words that I'm saying right now, maybe I don't know if you can. I don't even know if you could say the R word no more without getting censored, but we'll see. But go ahead.
That is strange.
So Earth is not a big giant magnet then. That's what they try to act like. It's a big giant magnet, but it selects certain things only. Like it's a stupid concept.
Shout out to D. Allen Warren, flat power. The earth is flat if people really, use their eyes. I already read that one. But thank y'all, everyone, for the super chats. Let me see, make sure I ain't missing out on nothing, man. Like I had to go back and just share with y'all that we're not wrong, man. We're just a minority. Just like when black people say Columbus didn't discover America, nobody in the world gonna believe you, dog. Everybody in the world gonna go with what the Western world historians saying. They said Columbus discovered it. The only group of people saying he didn't is black people. So when y'all do that to flat earthers, remember that the world do that to you, black people. They say y'all Negroes ain't no experts because they think that only the white historians and paleontologists can tell everybody history. So if you ain't gonna let them monopolize history, you can't let them monopolize cosmology and all the other fields, because what you'll find out is that they're lying in all of these fields, not just about our history, but about our biology, our spirit, what the earth is, what you will. They don't want us to connect and know what the world, this life is all about. And it's very sinister, man. It really is. They want to breed you for their purposes, which is to be a dumbed down consumer. That's it.
Wealth
Yeah,
batteries.
just like questioning the idea that the globe, in order to have a globe, you have to have this core, right? That is I guess it's like the temperature of magma or whatever. Like if the Earth's core is so hot, but yet all the oceans have cold water. Wouldn't the water be boiling if underneath the water was this magma that was hot enough to boil the water? That in itself don't even make sense on a globe.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's pull it up right now. Let's pull up Earth crust layers and show people how silly it is what they've been teaching us. Now, let me show people something, right? Look at this, right? All of what you're looking at inside the Earth right here, this is like molten magma, the stuff that comes out of volcanoes. And now I don't know if y'all study volcanoes, but when you look at magma, when it flows on top of a rock, I'm not making this up. Lava melts rocks. It liquefies the rock. So check this out. They're telling you that there's a point on our Earth where our dirt soil is making contact with lava and ain't nothing happening. Don't you know if this was true, the entire surface of the Earth will fall into a bottomless pit inferno of lava? It'll just become smoke. The trees, the mycelium network, there's nothing in between this dirt layer and this magma inner core that they telling you about. It's just these two layers sitting on top of each other like it's all fine and dandy. And you know it don't make sense because the hardest rocks that we got will melt when lava touches them on the surface. But yet you're telling me there's this magical point underground where there's this mysterious kind of soil or dirt that's able to contact this lava and just
And to
sit there
piggyback
for years.
on what you're saying in reverse, when Antarctica got the sun for 6 months, nothing melts. You know what I'm saying? According to the weather, like when the sun's in the equator, everything hot, even the people all dark. You know, it burns everything. But when it goes over Antarctica and stays, the snow don't melt.
Like tree roots are going all the way down into the ground. And you know what's so crazy how you know this is bull crap? I live in my backyard was a coal mine in the woods. It was built in the 1800s. This thing go over 1,000 feet under the ground. When you stand in front of it, it feel like you in front of an air conditioner on a hot summer day. Guess what they let me know? The more you dig into the ground, the colder it get. These are facts. I'm gonna show you how I know this is facts. Don't you know why worms dig deep in the ground and why there's so many species that dig into the ground on summer days? And they know that the deeper they dig, the cooler they gonna be because it's hot on the surface. It's cool under. Now, if I'm digging toward a big lava pool, why will it get cooler and cooler?
Basically, we're just looking at theory because we only dug 7 miles, and the ocean tip out there is deeper than 7 miles. The crust part right here is probably deeper than or thicker than 7 miles.
But that was common sense just now.
The truth is that check this out. The truth is that the earth is flat and there are underground lava rivers under the earth that flows under the ground just like rivers on the surface, but under the ground. It ain't no big balls like what they showing you here with this cartoon. Nah, it's a huge, the ground is solid, but there are cracks of these little where basically so much pressure with these rocks rubbing together. And this is my theory. It can be something else on how the lava is formed with these underground lakes too, because some people say that all of this lava is coming from Sheol. I can show you some models that'll show it to you. Let me see if I can pull some up. some of these models will literally show you the lava chambers coming from Sheol and basically like rivers to where this stuff is being pumped out of. Like when they say that there's a molten core, there's some truth to that. Because they were saying how like there is some heat going on, like this concept of hell or Sheol in the middle of the earth. And then these lava chambers coming out from that pumping up into volcanoes on the surface. There is some truth to that. But it ain't a globe, it's a flat earth like this. And I'm going to try to find that model. But
They're
somebody
more like
want to...
rivers than a ball.
Yeah. Kind of like some like this, how you can see these little chambers and ventricles coming up from the underworld. These would be like lava tubes. They would even have underwater volcanoes in the ocean popping up like pimples on your skin. But not that there's a globe that we own, but that it's just little rivers of lava, rivers flowing through a solid chunk of massive rock mass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's actually what's going to create the lakes of fire when we get to that time, the lakes of burning sulfur that they talk about in the Bible.
That's crazy because they do say lake of fire, and that's exactly what how they looked at the center of the earth and hell and all that. That's crazy, yeah.
It is burning. They say burning lake of fire, and they also say which is burning sulfur, and that's exactly what the magma is. The lava is. The lava is the sulfur, the burning sulfur. So biblical sense, they talk about earthquakes and volcanoes, right? So the earthquakes is going to crack the earth, triggering volcanoes that's going to spew out lava. The lava is going to fill those cracks, creating lakes of burning fire.
To people who want to know what this image is, it's another form of this one. If this will show you. This is the ancient conception of the earth or the universe or whatever. And I'm showing this one because you can get a better look at like what we're saying about how these little veins come up to the surface and form mountains like pimples where, you know what I'm saying, and that'll have lava. So I'm explaining to you lava, volcanoes on a flat earth for people who slow. That's what we doing right now. Let's go back to this though. Where were we? We killing this whole Professor Dave argument, what the railroad tracks are doing. So we ain't gotta beat that horse. We can move on. I ain't gonna bore y'all with that. But yeah, we in alignment with the Quran and the Bible for my religious people when you're teaching flat earth. Because in this scripture it said God put the sun and moon and the stars and all of that inside the firmament, which mean that the sun is in the atmosphere. Look at this image. I love this image right here, man. This video. We're going to play that while the people talk. Yeah.
Bro, Sanchez, you know how it says in Enoch how the waters come from there's a special water, and it's the lower water table water. It's the primary water, and that comes from the secret places that only God knows. Like there's a special water, it keeps flowing eternally and never ends. And that's the same with the oil. And I think in maybe there's lava, like you're saying, there's certain substances that flow eternally. They come into this realm. And I like how you were saying that it recycles, but it's possible that maybe like it says in Enoch that it's eternal and it's never ending. So that's because this is fake. It's a God's dream. So he can pump whatever he wants into his dream, I think. You know what I mean? Like it's not real. It's an illusion. So everything, it comes from nothing. It comes from consciousness, from God.
And let me say something too. Anybody that says, go watch this person, you wrong. Go watch that person, they right. Get away from them. Let no man tell you he got all the answers. What I do is this. Things that I know is factual that I can prove with measurements, I'll take that to the bank. But some stuff, I'll say this is my theory on it. And if you rewind this video, you'll hear me say that. Now look, unfortunately, there are other YouTubers that like to make cults. They won't say, hey, this is my theory on that. So they got their people saying, you wrong, because the dude I'm subscribed to said this. How come it can't be, I got my theory, he got his theory, and you get to enjoy them all? Maybe you can make an ultimate theory by taking some from mine, some from his, because you on the outside, you at a better vantage point versus being a cult-minded person. So my thing is, I don't like them people that person got it all figured out. Go subscribe to him, and he got the answer, and nobody else. And that's like, come on, bro. That is so childish and cult. Like, let's keep it moving though.
And you know, they do that in religion too. You know, everybody who's to church every Sunday to a specific church, they pastor know the Bible better than everybody else pastor and everybody else religion. It's crazy. It's the same thing. You should go to my church, you know, my pastor, he this and he that. It's the same shit, man.
And then you'll have those people that'll look at all these receipts we showing, and they'll give you a one-word response like, that's crazy, craziness, stupid. Y'all really believe the earth flat after you show them all this? It's a kind of programming that make me cringe. It's scary. Like, it's almost like a zombie. Well, it is a zombie. Fuck it. Yeah, it's a zombie.
It's you want to bite into the theory and just hang on to the theory like it's fact, but you can't demonstrate it.
You can show all this stuff, and at the end of it, they'll be like, so let me get this straight. I just heard you for 3 hours. Bro, you think the earth is flat for real? Don't come on, man, for real. Bro, flat earth, bro. Really? And it's like, bro, you didn't see what I just showed you, all of this proof? But bro, come on, man. But the earth, because guess what? They're coming from a consensus perspective. Everybody in the world saying it's a globe. You telling me it's flat, man. And from that mind state, it don't matter how much proof and evidence you show a person, they can't see beyond the fact that there are billions of people on the earth saying there's a globe. What make you think you right, man? Y'all don't see it. And if you think about it, you got to kind of, now look, you got to have a heart for these people, because it's a consensus based. We programmed that way as humans to go with the pack. You know, they using that against them. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, they always say something like the sun round, the moon round. You think the earth? So what shape you think the earth is? And I'm like, what you mean? That don't even make sense, because you looking up at the sun and you looking at the moon and you seeing round. You be like, so the ground, so the earth ain't that same shape? But don't even look into it.
Even take it that far. It's like what Bro Sanchez saying. It seems like it's like when they get all this information, they'll sit there for hours and listen to you talk, and then come back with that. It's like some closed-minded NPC type stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can't even fathom that they sat there and got the information that should at least make them think or question. But yet it'll be like, come on, really? You believe the earth is flat? Like you say, it's like everybody, like they're programmed, even if they never had the conversation before in their life. The first time they have the conversation, you'll learn that they're already programmed to react in such a way. Oh, man, you retarded. Oh, you ridiculous. You think the earth flat? Like it's an automatic thing. To me, that's just closed-minded NPCs, bro.
Mm-hmm. It's cognitive dissonance. They just can't think of it. Think of that concept.
Marlon, remember when you told, and I ain't mean to put the brother on the spot, but you told the brother, it was cognitive dissonance. Most of them they think we insulting them because they didn't look up the word cognitive dissonance. But yeah.
He really didn't understand it though. He really didn't, and he didn't want to admit that. That's where our pride, we close our mind and our pride take over.
He didn't even know what the word mean.
What it meant.
He didn't want to admit it.
Yeah. Like if I say, bro, you got cognitive dissonance, man, that's messed up. No, look it up. That don't mean I'm disrespecting you. We had it. It means that when you learn something and you're trained in something your whole life, you ain't gonna easily just give it up. I don't expect you to do it that easy. And when
But
we
this
tell
Get over the shock first.
this how slow they is though, for real now. I'm on the
Mhm.
phone with my homegirl, right? And she was like, yeah, so and so such and such pH been off. I said, what pH stand for? I don't know. You don't know what pH stand for? You a woman talking about pH? Potential hydrogen? You don't know what that mean? But y'all always talking about this, that, and the third. Like, come on now. You don't
And
even know what it means.
why when you ask a person a question they don't know and you know they don't know it, they get mad at you like you put them on the spot. Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot for something
He
that's
even said
a
that out
good
his
thing.
mouth.
You
He
feel me?
even
Like,
said exactly, yeah, what you talking about. He even said it out his mouth in
but
real time.
it's pride because that's a real friend. You don't want me to tell you, like, I can tell you a booger in your nose. You'll let me tell you that outfit don't look right, but I can't tell you when you intellectually wrong. See, that's what they want. I'm telling you, they program. I'm gonna show y'all how they did it, right? In Germany, that's where we get our whole education system from, where they tell you the answer first. And then you got to remember. It's basically memory, because they break it all down. You raise your hand, buzz in like double there. My turn, teacher. And basically, as we compete against each other, and the whole thing is this: that whole system created to where in the classroom, if you trying to tell the person next to you the answer, they would probably say, I don't need your help. I'm smart too. They may think it's an insult. If you look at how tribes learn, it ain't no competitive based classroom. The tribe is out there with the children. Everybody just having fun. They don't even know they learning, man. It's just vibing and that's a whole nother discussion.
Participation.
Yeah. But see, the way they trained us in capitalism, we taught to always go against each other, even if so they already know we programmed to where if any one of us rise up and catch on to what's going on, that the other
Crabs
people
in a barrel.
right, the other people that
Programmed to compete.
yeah, because they're gonna guess what they're gonna say, man, go back to school, go to science class. Why? Because we raised our hand. That's programming. You got the answer right that they told you. And anybody say anything other than that answer that the controllers told us in class, guess what? They need to go back to school. Not that we need to question what we was told, because we never questioned it before. We just went with what they told us. Not that I need to go back to school. You need to question everything that you learned in school, because not all of it was true. And they don't see
Yep.
that.
But they don't want to
Yeah,
question any of it when it just might be a part of it that, that's not true. They don't want to question any of it.
yeah, it forces people to like they want to be in a situation where it's like they rather continue believing in the lie rather than to admit that they have been lied to, or admit that I believed in a lie. So I'm not going to admit that I was believing in this lie all the time. I'm gonna just go ahead and keep believing it as if it's true. That's crazy.
Very. Salutes to my panel who with me right now, giving y'all a good time, and thank y'all for being here. Hit the like and share button. We'll give you some more content here, man. And what I'll do to mix it up, let's drop the call link. Maybe we can get some legitimate globe earthers up here besides the individual that we just had to vote it off. Yeah. Salutes to the chat room, man. Sunday night vibes, biblical cosmology. We spend a lot of time on the Bible. I promised y'all some Quran cosmology too on this good Sunday service. So let's get with our Muslim brothers now. Let's hop on over to the Muslim people. And because I got an awesome panel, y'all hear me speak all the time. I'm gonna do some fun. I'm gonna put this picture up for my panel and see what every, like how every flat earther kind of soul train line it and come in and do their own little spiel, and what this inspire you to say, like how to debunk the globe, like to the religious people who You know, because this is, I can beat this horse over and over to my Muslims and stuff like that, you know, about line of sight. But yeah, I'll fall back.
I'm still tripping off the Georgia Guidestones being removed.
So the whole thing about the Quran, right? The Quran says, let me go back to here. All of these surahs, man, surah at Nazi, all at Nazi. You see that word a lot dealing with flat earth. And after that, he spread the earth. Spread out like a carpet. You see what I'm saying? Like an ostrich egg shape, which is a torus field. There we go. Flat earth all day. And the earth, how it has been spread out, all Quran verses, because we do the Bible a lot. Spread out the earth and place firm mountains in it, not on it, in it. And we caused everything to grow therein, due balance. We have stretched it out. And the earth, all of these is basically spread out. Is he who made the earth a stable place when the Bible says it's immovable. He who has made for you the earth as a cradle. Now that right there is a dead giveaway. Earth is like a cradle. What? That's like, bro, a pit, like a little bitty pond that we're in. It's like this right here. Let me show you. This. A little terrarium. Or like a cavity. So I just don't understand, man. Like it's just so much. He wraps the night over the day and wraps the day over the night. Yin yang symbol. Flat earth. Come on. Yeah, just all of this stuff here, man. I just had to hit the Quran up for him as promised. Y'all can take it back and go where you want to go. But yeah, I'm just going through all of it. What I don't get is when we show them that the Masons is teaching this in the lodge, they still be. That ought to make a person say, well, okay, Masons are a secret society, which mean they got some kind of secret, right? People are so dumb. When you show them the secret that the secret society got, plain as day, they'll still laugh. You think the Masons done a good job. The controllers done such a good job, bro, with mental psychology programming, that they got these people that you can really now have a group of humans that say, we found out the secret, y'all, what they hide from everybody, and everybody laugh at you. They will even say flat earth is an embarrassment to the truth community. When this is when it's the ultimate red pill, facts.
I would go a step further to say that, you know, there's so many programs running that are being paid for by the citizen that's what, you know, they say, oh, why would they lie? Well, you know, they getting billions.
Billions and trillions of free dollars just for you believing in it. Yeah.
Yeah, for you to believe. Why would they maintain that? Because they're gonna get paid. And then the same thing with the Starlink thing. That's just to control you further. I think that's just gonna be a police state, ultra security, AI security state that can watch you the moment you step out the door to the moment you come back.
All that's coming. And listen, I'm gonna just say this, right, because we went over everything we need to go over at this point. I don't want to keep them here too long. It's a lot of stuff they ignore. I'm gonna sum it up. Y'all ignore government documents. Y'all ignore your own eyes. Don't you know how much you got to ignore to participate in this programming? You got to ignore the fact that if you go to this footage is so beautiful that if you look at this right here, you got above the sun illuminated and below it. you can see a bright spot in the clouds that's above the sun right here. And you can see
Yep.
a bright spot on the clouds that's below it, making the sun be sandwiched in between these bright spots, showing you that the sun is right there where you see it as, within the atmosphere, within the clouds. And if that's the case, this can't be true. Because look at this and tell me why it can't be true, y'all. Because the sun, look at how far away the sun is, and the clouds is right there. And you telling me that now we can see the sun within the clouds here? Stuff like this prove that the ancestors know what they talking about, man. The people that run our world are not telling us the truth about everything, and you have to be childish to think they are. I'm going to be honest with you. If I was born into one of these rich families and it was trillions of dollars on the line and all that, it's a 85% chance Sanchez would never be a revolutionary. Because if you born on that side, you got a lot to risk, your life, all of that money and all that. And guess what? I'm telling you,
lose.
And it's just you're gonna go against your family, your blood, for some people who gonna laugh at you anyway. Think about this now. You born into a rich royal family. You want to tell the world the truth. Hey, my family lying to y'all. It's all about money. And them people gonna laugh at you. Your family gonna unalive you. You got all this money and power. You gonna risk it up to help the poor folks just for them to say, oh, dumb flat earther. That's why I'm telling you, if I was born in one of these rich families, I don't think I would risk my family going against my family and risking all that too, for a bunch of people to laugh at me anyway and all that. I'm gotta keep it real to you. I ain't gonna cap.
Yeah, I can't say that I would.
Yeah, you say that.
It's a lot of. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I can't say that I would turn and leave the castle. You know what I'm
This
saying?
my family. I'm born in this family. We run the world. We know a secret that the world don't know. And even if you try to tell it to them, they'll fight you. They so programmed and even though you can listen. If the Rockefeller family came out and said it's flat, they'll laugh at them. If Elon said it, listen, I'm gonna tell you how I know I'm right. They love Donald Trump now. These people will fight you for Donald Trump. Donald Trump said the earth was flat, and that's the only time MAGA disagreed with Trump. That's some programming. They said, well, yeah, he said it's flat, but you know, man, Trump just be trolling. That's what I got from them. Trump be trolling. How many of y'all got that?
Oh yeah, when he on the outside looking in, and he wanting to be in the king seat, he gonna troll.
But think about this now. I'm gonna show y'all a trend of trolling, right? Watch this. Shaquille O'Neal said the earth was flat, and he's a Freemason. And then he came out and said, what? I was just trolling. Now, they said Trump said the earth was flat and he was just trolling. It's a trend of Freemasons who know that the earth is flat coming out telling you I was just trolling when I said it, because they can make it lose credibility like that. Who else did that? Jared. He said the earth was flat for years and then came out and went back on it, just like all the other people who perform this ritual do. I call it a retraction ritual, to where you say one thing and get the people like, oh, well, maybe I should look into it. And then, boom, I was just playing. That's junk stupid. I was just trolling. And now it's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like a psychological double down, to where if you ever thought you was going to research flat earth because your idolatry mind was influenced to do it from a celebrity, then that celebrity will troll you and lead you down a path just to say, you know, I'm just playing. I wouldn't dare do something so silly. Did you really? And the joke will be on you, like you was really going to look at the flat earth. Think about this. A person will be like, what was I thinking? I was really about to look into flat earth. Like, was I really about to research that dumb crap? Like, we know it's a globe. I can't believe I was trolled. He got me one up on me with the trolling. He got a joke on me. Now, I almost researched that dumb crap. And that's how they stop you from even looking into it with the retraction ritual. Because
Yeah, I
it's
used to
almost
follow.
like, yeah, Kyrie Irving did it too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I used to follow Jaron, just like I followed you, and and I just like now he's showing space videos.
They just, there's a lot of people that's like, just like in the sense of like saying, but they get compromised, and sometimes, I don't know, I think sometimes they either need the money or they lack integrity. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I was one for looking at wits and like, damn, like this dude here, you know, he really come with it, and the way he speak of himself as having, you know, a great deal of integrity and stuff. And it's like, after this experiment, it's like I really can't look at him the same. And he was the main one talking about, man, I done spent all my money doing this. I done emptied my account and this and that. And I mean, somebody in that situation, I almost understand why you basically sold your soul and threw everything away. The main thing that I'm at is that when I go on Wix's channel, he ain't made no videos since he uploaded the time lapse videos, part 1, part 2, part 3. He ain't never made a video after that.
Yeah, so one thing is this right here. Once you participate in a PSYOP as big as TFE, people got to realize the scale of the final experiment is literally can be compared to the moon missions. Like, don't sleep on it. It's really a big scale thing. So as far as PSYOP, psychological operation, and the thing is, it was a simple false dichotomy. That was the form of deception used. But it was so effective, and I'll break it down for you, this right here. Once you have a Witset or a Jaren perform their duty when it comes to a psychological operation, you retire those people off of that stage after that, because you don't want to compromise the PSYOP that you just invested millions in. So, for example, right, once you get these puppets to go up there and basically do a hit piece, and a big hit piece as the TFE was, you don't want them really doing too much after that to kick that over. You already did a good job. They think the flat earthers are stupid. Don't undo that by doing too much. So you're gonna see, along with the people who participate in these big psyops, after they're over, they kind of fade into the shadows, like Armstrong did after the moon missions, like Apollo crew fake their identities. All like, that's a trend. That's you want to do that. You don't want people walking up to them saying, hey, ain't you such and such? Hey, let me ask you about this. You may get that one interview that may just undo everything we just spent millions on with the PSYOP. Buzz Aldrin did that. Buzz Aldrin made a lot of people question the moon missions for doing too many public appearances after the fact. You see what I'm saying? Talking too much after the fact. Yeah.
Like when you start talking to that little girl and told her, "Oh, we ain't go."
Yeah, you see. That's why they said moving forward, everybody involved in the PSYOP, we want NDAs. We want, like, when we done with, when the mission over, man, we no interviews, no big interview. That would make sense to me. It worked. Why undo that? Yeah.
I was just going like what you just explained, like in a sense, like that really worked for their for what they trying to do. Because if you think about it, if you have all these people that follow Wixit, right, and then they watch him go to Antarctica and see that there's a 24-hour sun, where he then have to get on the live stream and admit, yeah, there is a 24-hour sun, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared. That, like, everybody that I guess don't know any better is gonna look at that and say, well, man, they kind of, I guess they did prove that the Earth is gold. Here's one of the new flat earthers. He's going. You know what I'm saying? Like they driving flat earthers out of the community because they saw 24-hour sun. That's crazy. This dude was supposed to.
That's a claim Duffy made when I debated him, that his experiment turned away a lot of flat earthers. He's right, but he's right and wrong. We both right. Here's the thing. It's like this. It turned away the flat earthers that was believing the earth is flat. The flat earthers that was proving it's flat and who understand the arguments, who understand. Not all flat earthers are equal, y'all. There are some
some are Gnostic and some are
but
believers.
I'm just saying that some flat earthers say the earth flat because of undeniable proof that they understand mentally. Then you got a whole bunch of flat earthers that says it's flat because we didn't go to the moon, or they saying it's flat because the Bible said it's flat. So you got like these moon mission flat earthers, these biblical flat earthers who, with the biblical flat earthers, they ain't really got to prove it's flat. Long as the Bible said it's flat, they believe it's flat. And really, the Bible even say prove all things. You don't that's the problem. Like, and then you got these moon mission flat earthers. They say, well, the earth is flat because we didn't go to the moon, and those were the photos that's supposed to prove the globe. Now, that's a good point, but you still want to be able to know how and prove. That's enough for some people. We didn't go to the moon. No, you still want to understand, like, the vanishing point, all this deep stuff about the horizon line, the spherical geometry. But some folks will say, you know what? The only proof I got for flat earth and the only proof I need, we didn't go to the moon. And I'd be like, you right, and that's a proof, but don't stop there. But it's some people that'll just stop at certain places like, but that's all I need. I knew it was flat then. And I'm like, okay, that's what brought you in, but keep filling up your artillery bag with real arguments, though, that we can, you know.
But them rockets should be having cameras from start to finish. We have the technology. Why we ain't using it? You see what I'm saying? That's, to me, it's easy to do. Put cameras on a rocket dedicated to cameras. Show the platform. Show the city. Show the state. Show the continent. And show the globe. Just why you ain't gonna do that? That ends the argument.
It's sad to sit there like
we have that technology.
Yeah, we got the technology, but
hold on
NASA,
a second.
NASA owes that to the people paying their bill.
We gotta welcome a new member to my bad panelists. I'm gonna give it right back. Shout out to Tyler, man. Let's clap. We gotta welcome Tyler to the fam real quick.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler, for joining this channel. We really appreciate that. Flat power. I just saw that a Bulu was in the waiting room, man. Let me shout out to Tyler. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. My bad, y'all. I didn't mean to interrupt, man. But
yeah, so Elon Musk be still launching rockets that's still exploding in the atmosphere. And he getting paid billions.
We're gonna talk about these planes, man. Listen. You know what? Why I waited to talk about these mysterious plane crashes? Because people be like, so you saying it's fake? I didn't say it's. Guess what? My claim was this: the plane looked weird, bro. Let me see if
that's all I heard you say. I didn't hear you say that. You said it was, you know.
It looked.
You said I might be wrong. And then you said, but
it looked weird to me, is what I said.
It did,
George Macon sent me the footage from the Ring doorbell. I ain't got it right now, but I can pull up that last stream from Sit Down with Sanchez. But yeah, I don't feel like even pulling it up now. But I ain't gonna lie, man, look blue beam to me. I don't want to be like. I gotta speak my mind. I think we're under attack. Me personally.
I mean,
I
So that
think
was
LA makes me feel more under attack than anything else. It made me paranoid right there. That LA thing.
All of it is the same
The
form of technology.
Hawaii,
Yeah.
Hawaii and LA.
But check this
well, I
out,
don't.
y'all. We at 4
Okay.
hours and 30 minutes. I gotta shut it down right here for sure. But
Yeah,
I want to thank y'all. I'm gonna do more of these. Don't trip. You know I'm coming consistently with the content. So, but yeah, salutes to all of my people on the panel, man, for this dope bill, and to everybody in the chat room. I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. It's all good.
all right, much love.
For sure.
Peace.
Thank you. Peace and love, flat power. To everybody watching this, thank y'all once again. To all of my channel members, to all of my Patreons. Let's clap. Let's just drop bombs. You know. Appreciate my channel members and my Patreons, baby. And to everybody that hit that Cash App, let's drop a bomb to the Cash App. We got people that be sending in love through the Cash App. I respond to every Cash App. That's for sure. I respond to all of the Cash Apps. And hit my email up if you got any clips for me, ideas. I'll review them. If you sent me anything and I haven't reviewed it yet, don't trip. I'm very thorough. I got all that stuff queued up, ready to lined up, and it's going to be in the next couple of streams. Trust me. We got a lot to talk about. These plane crashes is bigger than what we see, because we want to compare those to September 9, 1 ONE, right? That day, them towers. It was no PLANES. And people they think I'm disrespecting the people that vanished. But what if the government is using some kind of direct energy weapons or some kind of invisible EMP impact boom weapons, and they can make it appear as a plane crashing with blue beam? Now how would we prove that? If they say we can't find no pieces of the plane, then that's gonna look like that Twin Tower situation, if you know what I mean. You didn't find nothing left behind. So I'm saying I can be totally wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't like fear mongering. I don't want to think they got more power than what they got. And we don't want to give them more power than what they got. So I hope it's just a thought, because the plane looked it very weird, and I'm going to go over that. Just be on the lookout. I'm going to do a stream on these planes. Looked it weird. But in the meantime, if you want to just see what we think about it before that, you can go to Sit Down with Sanchez. We talked about it on the Trump stream. We was kind of bouncing topics. You can go over to my other channels. We got a couple of platforms. I'll keep y'all in the loop on them. We got a website. We got a mailing list. Follow all of that, because it's definitely needed if we ever banned from social media for some reason. Then the mailing list is a way that we can keep in touch as a community outside of YouTube and all that. And I can still have a lifeline to y'all. So the mailing list is important. And if you want to join the mailing list, get in the video description area, go to the website, brosanchez.com. Appreciate y'all. We out. Before we get up out of here, let's drop a bomb for this Cash App donation for Sia. Keep doing your ordained mission. That is very encouraging. I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to keep a good spirit. I'm going to stay strong, humble. I'm going to keep the energy just what I need to conquer the powers that be, and put the truth out there to the people that's willing to take it, knowing that everybody ain't going to take it. But I just want y'all to know, everything y'all do fuels the motivation. It fuels me to do more and more, and to put out more high quality content in a consistent manner. Appreciate that donation. See you. And to everybody that's asking for the Cash App, thank you in advance. Thank you to all of my people on the Cash App end. I put the Cash App out for those who ask, and I'll drop the email for those who ask. So, again, peace and love. Y'all be good. Nothing but positive vibes. 2025, our year. It started off with the final experiment, but it's going to end with the truth. Because that's the Alpha and Omega. The universe started with truth. It's going to end with truth. In between is when the beasts get the rule. But it always start and end with the truth. Alpha and Omega type stuff. But yeah, see y'all. Peace and love.
Sánchez cocinando.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez.
Email talktoBroSanchez@gmail.com and give me time to respond for all emails. The Cash App is $Bro Sanchez TV.